Braves Country. I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show Braves Country Today just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
What's up, Braves Country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love you.
Lineup for Braves Country by D.M. McGee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king, Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavin. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly, and his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts, a plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P's still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young, the game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Rama-Lama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by D.M. McGee, 2024. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
You're in Braves country.
baby, it's Philly series. How the hell are you, Braves country? Hope y'all are ready for a hell of a game, hell of a series. Should be a fun one. And just remember, we sweep them, we get swept, we split one way or the other. It's not the end of the world. It also doesn't springboard us into some championship if we do really well. But you do want to see us play a great game, a great series. You want to see us get up off the mat. Looks like that we are done with the Forest Wall experiment. If you missed all that nonsense that went on, the Forest Wall has been sent down and Eli White has been brought up. That's number one. And then the other thing would be with that, they put Ray Kerr on the 60-day IL in that move. And let me see if I'm missing anything on that. Ray Kerr 60. Oh, yeah. And also Brian Anderson is starting his rehab. So this is really a wake-up call for, I believe, Laureano, who still is not in the lineup. I'm really starting to wonder, like, what is the reasoning behind keeping Laureano around and don't put him on the IL or something, because he hasn't been in the lineup in a week, and he's still technically on the roster. But once again, you're a man short when you do that. And so Eli White, it's funny. I looked at Eli White. You know, he has played some infield, although he has not played it much recently. I wonder if there's a scenario where he can fill in for the infield. That would be awesome to see the actual, if you could put Eli White in for a pinch running situation for like an Orlando Arcia. We all know that Orlando Arcia is very slow. He's a great defender, very slow, bad bat. But down the road, could you slide him over? He has played second base. He has played short, but it's interesting. I don't think it's likely, but it's interesting. Luke Williams is still with the team. Zach Short is still with the team. And, of course, Eli White has been added. Laureano is still sitting around. No IL designation. They also picked up Eddie Rosario and sent him to AAA Gwinnett. I don't think that's a big deal, y'all. I know a lot of people are probably focusing on that, as I'll go ahead and turn the camera on now. But I think a lot of folks are focusing on, hey, we got Eddie Rosario back. Eddie Rosario has been a shell of his former self. And I saw a pretty funny tweet last night. Someone tweeted out when this conversation was going on. They said Adam Duvall said, "Let the past go." It's like, I know that's right. But anyways, looking at the matchup tonight, and we're going to hear from a couple of Braves real quick. The first one I want you to hear from, this is from Sean Murphy after last night's game. Then we've got a pretty lengthy one from Charlie Morton. And it's a pretty interesting interview for Charlie Morton. I had to cut it down because it was long as hell, but we cut it down to a few minutes. Here's Sean Murphy after the game.
With the Phillies coming to town, what kind of opportunity do you have?
Opportunity to make up a couple games. I feel like that says it all, right? So it's a big weekend, but we just got to go out and play our baseball and see how it goes.
You guys have won a game when the other team scored 4 runs in a couple months. Do you look at that as just some missed opportunities? Is it something that's just bound to change?
No, I wasn't aware of that until you said it, but it's on the offense. I think Charlie and Holmesy gave us a chance to win and keep us in that game. But yeah, we didn't play the guys we needed to.
You just kind of have to say it's a long season. Michael's coming back. You're going to get healthier. You feel like this offense might start to click at that point in time?
Sure. I know missing Mike, stinks there at the top of the lineup. But, we got to make do in the time being and score some more runs.
What makes Webb so tough? It looks like that stuff moves a lot.
Yeah. We were coming in. We've seen him before. His stuff moves a lot. And he lives in the edges, right? So it's just about having a better plan for him. But, he made a lot of really nice pitches. But that's what you expect when he's on the mound.
So that was Sean Murphy after the game, and basically saying, if you listen to it, he's basically saying that the offense has got to get going. I think that's something everybody realizes, everybody knows, but it hasn't been going for 2.5 months now. So we're going to be leaning on pitching again. Tonight we got Max Fried. But here's Charlie Morton on last night's loss. And I mean, if you look at the big picture, I mean, it's not like the Braves gave up a ton of runs. Yeah, Charlie Morton gave up a few runs here and there. But last year, if he gave it the same amount, he gets the win. And we have fallen into this trap where we think that if they don't go out and shut the other opponent out, where the pitcher did a terrible job. Charlie Morton's pitching fine. He's not elite, but he's also 40 years old. But this is what Charlie Morton had to say.
3 months that you guys won a game when you gave up 4 runs. Just how frustrating is that as it piles up like that?
I don't know. I mean, I've had enough games where I gave up 4 runs and the team scored like 10, so and I'm trying not to add to any negativity. So it's like, I don't know. I don't really think about that. Like, I mean, it's like, I'm sure there's enough guys in there going through things that are tough and frustrating. So for me to sit there and be like, man, it's really frustrating that they're not scoring more runs. Like, that's not fair, because I know how much they work. I know how much they care. And, I know the quality of the people in there. So for me to, like, I don't know. I just don't think that's fair, I guess it's the only thing is that it's frustrating because I know how good they are. And it's frustrating for me to see some of them get upset and get down. Although I do feel lately like the guys are in a good spot, and I felt like they were actually in a pretty good spot when everything wasn't going our way. But that's the only thing, like to know how good they are, and to just wish that maybe it was going their way a little bit more. But other than that, it's like my job isn't to care about what, what's going on the other side of the ball.
The 2 pitches, I guess you'd want to have back with those cutters you left over the middle on the home runs. Other than that, did you feel good about your performance?
Yeah, I mean the first one, the homer to center, like I'm just trying to steal a strike right there. Like, I'm not trying to do anything special with that pitch. I'm just trying to keep it down, middle away. And he kind of just leaned out over, like, you could tell how strong when he hit that. I was like, oh wow, like I didn't realize that how vulnerable that spot was. It's like it was that my cutter is basically like I'm stealing strikes with my cutter, and I look back and I think, man, like for how good my breaking ball was tonight, even my changeup, like when it was a strike, it was pretty good. And my 2-seamer, even the 4-seamer played at times. So to look back and be like, man, like cutter, really? Like those 2 cutters, that's what decided the game. That's what's frustrating. Like that's not been a pitch for me, I don't think, ever, where I was able to like pin it right on a spot. Usually I can get it to the outer half. I'll miss away. I'll throw it like way away and I'll miss. But I threw a bunch of them tonight. We're just arm side misses. I threw a bunch of them to Soler. I got away with them. I got the first one to Chappie hit. Like that was just arm side. I think that's partly just me kind of being aware too. Like maybe it's just not good tonight. Like maybe the cutter's just not good. The breaking ball was good. Even if I wasn't getting a ton of swing and miss on it, there was a lot of miss hit. It was a kind of a grind, like throwing strikes. And that's where the cutter usually comes into play, is when I'm having trouble throwing strikes, I can go to the cutter for a strike. because they're not looking for a cutter. It's my worst pitch right now.
At this point, how do you assess your season in terms of just how you felt physically and how you feel like your stuff is played?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to think about it, really, because every year it's, it changes. Every year my body changes. Like in the continuum of my career, there's been off seasons where I got hurt or I had surgery, and then it messed up my routine going into the off season, and then that affected the next season. This past year, really the only thing I was concerned with was my finger. But on the flip side, I'm getting older, and I have to work a lot harder, especially in the off season, to get back to where I was at the beginning of the previous season. So I don't know. I mean, I know my stuff's down. I don't know if it's my delivery. I don't know if it's what it is. But I think for where I'm at, like, I'm okay. Like, I don't really know how else to describe it. It's like, I think tonight, a night like tonight, like if I'm being objective, it's not because I'm 40 years old that I gave up 2 home runs. It's because I left 2 cutters. I threw 2 cutters in spots where they shouldn't have been thrown.
So that was Charlie Morton basically saying, it's not my age. It's basically me screwing up. And I get that. But sometimes age comes with that. But I thought it was important to hear that. Okay. So my pick to click tonight is Austin Riley. And I'm going to take the Braves to win this thing 6-3. I think we're going to have to score some runs. And there have been times where we get to Aaron Nola, and there's other times where he's throwing gems. But remember something. We have a winning record against the Phillies this year. We took 2 out of 3 to start the season. I want to see that continue. I want to see us win the series. Let's go out there. We're catching them in the division. We talked about this a month ago. It's unlikely. But if you go out there and get the first wild card and win the series, win the season series, it's going to give them a lot of confidence going into October. First, we got to get to October, somebody said the other day. But yeah, I'm going to take Austin Riley. He is hitting .367, 5 home runs, 9 RBI against Aaron Nola lifetime. And that's in 60 at bats. Other guys to keep an eye on. Kid Kelnick, he's 2 for 4 lifetime. No home runs, but he does have 2 RBIs. Olsen, 259, but he does have 2 home runs. Ozuna, 246, but he does have 4 home runs. And Darnode is not hitting well, 171 lifetime and 41 at bats, but he does have 2 dongs. And Duvall, 289 lifetime with 3 homers, but that most of this occurred a long time ago with Duvall. All right, we're going to step aside, get you the lineups, pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all weekend long. Let's get it, Braves country.
You can't smoke like me, so don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it. The fact that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing, Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win. And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same 3 criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country. If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball!
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off, the designated hitter, Bryson Stott. 5 home runs, 38 RBI, 20 stolen bases, batting .243. Trey Turner batting second, playing short. 5 home runs, 18 RBI, 11 stolen bases, batting .340. Batting third, playing first, and still has not touched home plate, Alec Bohm. 11 home runs, 70 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .296. Batting cleanup and in right field, Nick Castellanos. 12 home runs, a .236 average with 43 RBI and 3 stolen bases. Batting fifth and playing third, it's Edmund Sosa. 5 home runs, 21 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .271. Batting sixth, playing second, Whit Merrifield. 3 home runs, 10 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .190. Batting seventh and behind home plate, it's Rafael Marcon. He has 3 home runs, 5 RBI, batting .250. Batting eighth and playing center field, it's Johan Rojas. 2 home runs, 19 RBI, 15 stolen bases, batting .226. And Christian Pache is in left field, batting .186, 8 RBI. On the mound for the Philadelphia Phillies, it's Aaron Nola. 9-4 with a 3.43 ERA, a 104 whip, 107 2/3 innings pitched, 87 hits allowed, 99 strikeouts, 25 walks, 14 home runs served. He'll be going head-to-head with Mad Max. Max Fried is 7-3 with a 2.91 ERA. A 109 whip, 96 innings, 75 hits allowed, 84 strikeouts, 30 walks, and 6 home runs served. Backing up Mad Max in the bottom of the first inning and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Kid Kelnick. Jared Kelnick, 9 home runs, 26 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .272. Batting second, playing second, Ozzie Albies. 6 home runs, 39 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .257. Austin Riley, batting third, playing third. 10 home runs, 35 RBI, a .255 average. Matt Olson is batting cleanup and playing first. 12 home runs, 41 RBI, batting .241. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. 21 home runs, 67 RBI, a .296 clip. Behind home plate, it's Travis d'Arnaud. He has a .240 average with 7 home runs, 25 RBI. Batting seventh and playing right, it's Adam Duvall. He has a .180 average, 6 home runs, 21 RBI. And batting eighth, back in the lineup and playing shortstop, it's Orlando Arcia. He has 6 home runs, 23 RBI, batting .211. In left field and batting ninth, it's Eli White. Eli White does not have an at-bat this year. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Las Diaz. Trip Gibson is manning first base, while your second base umpire is Mike Estabrook. And down the third base line, it's Eric Backus. Atlanta Braves come in 9 games over 500, 27-16 at home. Philadelphia Phillies are 57-30, 24-16 on the road. Your Atlanta Braves are minus 140 on the money line. The over-under is 7.5. We'd like to thank all the Country Club members for helping support the channel. Please become a Country Club member today. And if you haven't already, smash that like and subscribe to Braves Country Radio. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Phillies, game 1 of a 3-game set. We've got all 3 games pitch by pitch, play by play, right here on Braves Country Radio. Tonight, it should be a dandy. Mad Max Fried versus Aaronola. Country Club members, warm up those chop arms. We got Mad Max emojis kicking as well. Braves Country, get your game face on.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves Country. Let's get this started right.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
We're getting set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play from your Atlanta Braves. Remember, it's an Apple game, so they're always a little goofy on the timing. As Bryson Stott is getting into the batter's box, he'll be leading off. Overcast skies in Braves Country, but it does appear that the weather is going to dodge us, so hopefully we don't get any kind of a rain delay. The Braves are wearing their home reds, white pants. Braves across the chest in navy, outlined in white. Phillies wearing their road grays, Phillies across the chest in red. Red ball caps, Braves with their navy ball caps. And yes, sir, it is baseball time in Braves Country. 92 miles an hour right down the pipe, lefty-lefty matchup. Bryson Stott takes it. It's 0-1. Stott batting .690 OPS, a .243 average, 5 home runs. The pitch, swing and a miss. Down and in, 0-2. You got one thing I didn't get a chance to get into in the pregame show. You know Max Fried is fired up for this outing because, remember, he got rocked. Didn't even get out of the first inning. This was the first game of the season for Max. The 0-2 from Fried. Lifts and fires. Caught looking strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry. One away. Good pitch by Fried. So one down. Looks like they've already fixed the let me go ahead and get our regular screen. It looks like they already got it rocking tonight. Max Fried digs in. First pitch on the way to Trey Turner is a swing and a miss strike over the top. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty-righty. 340 average through 48 games. 868 OPS. Remember, he was on the IL for quite a bit. Max Fried brings it. The 0-1. Down and in. 0-2. We'll get along here with the roll call here in 1 second. Wasn't exactly sure what time they were going to start this game because it's always wonky on the Applecast. The 1-2 pitch, or 1-1 pitch, excuse me, swung on and rifled foul down the third base line. Hit it hard, but plenty foul. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. If you haven't already smashed the like button, go ahead and smash that like. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Top of the first inning, the 1-2 for Max. Curveball, try to get him to chase that 77 off the edge. So a 2-2 count from Turner. Don't want to let him get on. With his speed, he can cause problems. The 2-2 from Max. Kicks and brings it. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the nasty fadeaway two-seamer. 2 away. 2 up, 2 down, 2 strikeouts for Mad Max, and he is on a mission tonight. Like I said, this was the game that he started the season with, and he did not get out of the first inning. He was rocked in Philly. The Braves won the game. The Braves won the series, but he did not have a good outing. Alec Boehm, who still hasn't touched home plate, comes to the dish, swung on. That ball is belted high into over. No, it's off the wall. That ball will stay in the yard. Jared Kelenic grabs the rebound, fires it into the infield, and it's a 2-out double for Alec Boehm. Just missed landing that into the front row of the seats there well below the chop house. The fastball on the outer edge, they were shooting for down. He got it up, and Boehm almost made him pay dearly. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Castellanos to the dish. First pitch on the way to the right-hander is right there at the D's, 94 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Good evening, Country Club members. I see Envy. I see Charlie. I see Willis Mathis. The 0-1 in the dirt. 1-1. The 1-1 count. Runner at second, 2 outs. The 1-1 from Max. Runner at second. Fried brings it. Outside wide, 2-1. Two-one count. I see Nathaniel. Who else do we have in Country Club members here? Welcome in Mark. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Slider under the hands, 2-2. David S. Welcome in. Ken Scott via Charlie's gifted a radio membership, so we'll hit that up here in 1 second. The 2-2 pitch. Fried comes set and brings it. Swung on, chopped over towards third. Is it going to stay fair? Riley's got a charge. That's going to be close. Did he get him? He got him! And that'll end the inning. Olsen is pausing. Does Olsen not think he got him? The way Olsen is pausing makes me think that Olsen doesn't think he got him. Look at the replay. That is really close. They are not going to challenge it, so that will head to the bottom of the first. Braves, Phillies, 0-0.
Man, believe this or not, I don't watch no film, bro. Like, I just know the game of football inside out. I feel like Madden has a good tell of how good players are. So I just play Madden the night before, and I go look at all their ratings. So I just go get on Madden. I go to the EA rosters. Then I scroll down and see what their awareness is, their speed is, and their sprint. And that's how I get a good tell on them.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Michigan, Ohio State feels like you're asking me to pick which one of your kids is my favorite. And I just can't. Because I don't like any of your kids.
Look at that door, dude. See that door right there? One marked pirate. You think a pirate lives in there? I see a door marked private. Is that the door you were talking about? No, I was talking about... Yep. I didn't say... No, what did you hear? I heard you say you saw a door marked pirate. No, see, that's not what I'm saying. We're talking about pirates all day. We're going to find out what lives in here. Jesus Christ.
What was incredible about Clemente was not only how skilled he was at each part of the game, but this kind of ferocity that he played on each play of the game, even years when they were pitiful and they had no chance to get into the pennant or anything like that. He would throw it in, he would pick guys off who got a single, who took too much of a turn going around first. There was just something intense about this guy that was not necessarily what was going on in baseball at that moment.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, your Atlanta Braves. Philadelphia Phillies head-to-head for the next 3 nights. Next 2 nights and Sunday afternoon, I should say. Jared Kelnick's going to lead us off. First pitch on the way to Kid Kelnick is down below the knees. Whoa, called for a low strike. It's 0-1. If he's going to give Nola that pitch, I want Mad Max to get that pitch. He did not get that pitch in the first inning. The 0-1 on the way. Swing, pops it up. High, over towards the third base foul territory. That'll bounce into the crowd just before the tarps down there. 0-2. The 0-2 will start this thing up one more time.
Get this bus moving.
Stop. Come back.
Too late.
Roll call. Yeah. Roll call.
You're in Braves country.
The 0-2 pitch to Kid Kelnick, swung on, chopped foul. Laz Diaz is the home plate umpire. He's a bit of a bum. We've dealt with him several times before, and he's about as loosey-goosey with the strike zone as possible. He's not consistent is his biggest problem. It's not that he calls things wide or low, or you can adjust to that. He's not consistent. Never has been. Obviously never will be. The 0-2 pitch. Inside, 96. 1-2. Once again, we'd see Envy and Charlie. What you talking about, Willis? Nathaniel Brooks. Mark Ricardo. David S. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and belted high. Not very deep. But coming in, making the catch is Rojas, the center fielder, in left center one. Also, we see Gary the Real McCoy. I'm assuming the GOAT will be in here. He may be working. So good evening to the GOAT when he shows up. Good evening to Ken Scott, as he was gifted via, I believe that was, I don't know if it's Charlie or Envy. It's essentially the same. But let's go ahead and get that. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Ken Scott, Edward Spry, pushing buttons. Good to see you. Also in Braves country is the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss over the top. It's 0-2. I saw Jillian Daniel Underwater. Welcome in on a mission. First time listener, I believe, and Travis. Welcome to all you. If we missed anybody, just chop back in. Every time I have to leave the screen and come back, it kicks everybody out. The 0-1 or 0-2 is swung on and fouled back once again. Fastball up top. So Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Bottom of the first inning. Standing on deck is Riley, not Ozuna, as the 0-2 misses down 1-2. You'll notice in the Atlanta Braves lineup tonight, Austin Riley has been moved back up to the 3 slot where he used to be, and Ozuna is back down to 5. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Kind of a half-hearted, excuse me, swing, like a limp noodle through the zone, 2 away. 2 down, and Austin Riley, talked about this earlier, he's got 5 home runs lifetime, 9 RBI against Aaron Nola, 367. He does have 10 strikeouts. He was the pick to click tonight. If you missed it, Braves 6-3 was the prediction. First pitch on the way to Riley, swings at a bender well out of the zone. It's 0-1. Riley gifted him that one. And the 0-1. On a mission was asking about Eli White, the 0-1 pitch. Right there at the knees, 92, 0-2. He should have taken the first pitch and whacked the second one. It'd be 1-0 right now. So an 0-2 count. Eli White has been up and down in the Braves organization. He's an older veteran. He's not some young prospect. Is the 0-2 pitch. High and out of the zone, 1-2. Believe, if memory serves me correct, he is either 28 or 29 years old. I'm going to look it up real quick. But he is there simply for speed, and he is he just turned 30. He's there for speed. Is the 1-2 pitch. Down and away, 2-2. Try to get him to chase that same slider that he swung out on the first one. He went to college at Clemson and was drafted by the Oakland Athletics back in 2016. He is from Greenville, South Carolina. What he's known for is base running. Stolen bases, fast base runner, but doesn't hit with a ton of pop. In fact, his lifetime OPS is just 547. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the heat off the edge, and that'll end the inning. Riley wanted to get some clarification. I think he wanted to know if he swung at a bad pitch. He did. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Phillies just getting going.
Next question, gentlemen. What is the one thing the people on the other side of your street have more of than you do? Your wife said they have more grass than you do.
Grass?
I wouldn't bet on that.
It was a homeless woman, wasn't it?
It was a homeless woman, yeah. He said that he had to give his kidnappers $500, so he gave her his credit card to go get him $500 and whatever, because none of it turns out to...
You know what this sounds like to me? It sounds like Allensby got all liquored up and paid a homeless woman $500 to roll around under the bridge with him.
Now they got two guys coming out saying that they found him unconscious on the side of a road.
Turned out it wasn't a wine bar; it was a strip club. So let's say what really happened here. We've all been there.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody's been under a bridge with a homeless woman giving her $500. I've been in similar instances, but I'm not going to say I've been there. First of all, it takes a lot less than $500, okay, buddy? It's where you got taken right there from the jump.
But, I want to say one thing in all seriousness. I feel sorry for you people that don't drink. I mean it, because when you wake up in the morning, that's as good as you're going to feel all day.
Roberto Clemente learned his baseball in the cane fields of Puerto Rico, and for all of his major league career, he played spectacularly for a little publicized team, the Pittsburgh Pirates. He was a savage line drive hitter with a phenomenal throwing arm, proud of his Latin heritage, often plagued by injuries.
Roberto Clemente, he had a certain motion with his neck because he had a bad back. He said his back always hurt. He had a certain motion with his neck. And all of us imitated this motion that he had with his neck. So you see all these kids in school who are doing this because they picked this up from Clemente. You go to bat and you did this head motion. You swung the bat like Clemente.
And then for the Puerto Rican community, he was, their guy, the guy who really gave a lot back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Good to see you, Country Club member Brian Andrews. I don't think I saw you in the chat a second ago, so good evening to you. Braves and Phillies going head-to-head here. First pitch on the way from Max Fried is sawed-off foul down the right field line. Man, oh man, that thing almost... If it's about 5 feet to the left, it's gone. I think they're aiming for that slot, to be honest with you. They are stepping into Fried and trying to shoot it over the right field wall. First one was Bohm that got it just to the top of it. You might want to have to throw some off-speed stuff out there. The 0-1, swung on, rifles it straight back, just missed that one, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Top of the second inning. Should be noted they are without Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber for the entire weekend. They're still on the IL. Earliest they can come off is Tuesday. The 0-2 from Fried. Travis sets up inside. Swung on. Hits it high. Into right center field, coming in, making the catch is Adam Duvall. One away. One down. Whit Merrifield playing second tonight. Stott is the designated hitter. Merrifield from Florence, South Carolina, played ball for the Gamecocks. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss over the top. It's 0-1. He was drafted back in 2010 by the Kansas City Royals in the 9th round. The 0-1. Swung on, that ball's rifled through the middle. That's going to get through for a base hit. And the Philadelphia Phillies had their second hit of the game. Braves were playing him to pull, and he just kind of slapped it up the middle. They were playing him hard to pull. Little strange defensive placement for the shortstop, Arcia, who's back in the lineup after an absence tooth. You ain't got to fool me. He was getting some work done on his bat, not his tooth. First pitch on the way from Max Fried is a curveball. Bender. Merrifield goes. Great jump, and there will be no throw. He's in scoring position. Stolen base on Travis d'Arnaud. They'll be running on Travis all night long. Every time Travis has been behind the plate, the Phillies take advantage. Pitch on the way, swung on, chopped foul down the third base line. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Just one of those things you got to live with Travis behind the plate. Is that they will run off. And look, he doesn't have a terrible arm, but the biggest thing with Travis, he doesn't have the quick popping catches, they call it, the quick release. It's usually a pretty accurate arm. The 0-2 swung on. That ball's chopped foul down the line. We'll do it again, 0-2. So Rafael Marchand, the hind catcher, really making Max work here. Fouling off pitch after pitch. He's just 25 years old, out of Venezuela, San Cristobal, Venezuela. Has been with the Phillies off and on since 2020 with the big club. He spent most of his time in the minors. The 0-2 pitch swung on. That ball's hit up the middle. Merrifield had to cut back, so he'll go second to third. He will not score, but the Phillies got something cooking here in the top of the second. Max Fried, that curveball just got up way too much. Kind of a hanger. He was able to slice it into center field. So now what you have is runners at the corners. It's the catcher on base. So I don't expect him to try to steal, though. You never know. Rojas, hard to double up, is at the plate. Rojas batting .226. First pitch on the way. They're going to try a squeeze play, and I think they're going to get him. No, great throw by Matt Olson. He got him. What an incredible play. I thought Matt Olson was going to take the easy play. Instead, he grabs it, bare hands it, rifles it home, and puts out the fire to away. On the play, Rojas is safe at first, and Marchand is up to second. Great defensive play by Matt Olson. Realistically, he may not have had a play at first. That might have been his only play, to be honest with you. So 2 on, 2 out. The number 9 hitter, Christian Pache, comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch on the outer cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty-righty. Max Fried comes set, kicks and fires. Outside wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Good throw. They keep showing the replay. That was an incredible throw. Good tag by Travis as well. The 1-1 pitch. In the dirt, good block by d'Arnaud. 2-1. Standing on deck is Stotze. You don't want to walk Pache here. Christian Pache, who is batting just 186. Former Atlanta Brave prospect, traded out to Oakland, then DFA'd. The 2-1 pitch. Up top, 94 misses, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Mets and Pirates are 2-2 in the fourth. That's a pretty good pitching matchup. It's Luis Severino versus Paul Skeens tonight. The 3-1 from Max. Swung on. That ball is rifled down the left field line, but plenty foul. 3-2. So he's gone 4-seam, 2 changes, a 4-seam, and that was a cutter. The runners will be on the go now with 2 outs, so anything that gets down will score at least 1. The payoff pitch from Max. They set up outside. He turns around, trying to get the catcher with his hand in the cookie jar, but Marchand darts back to second. Probably should have thought about, man, first base is where you really could pick someone off. The 3-2 pitch swung on, fouled straight back. We'll do it again. Christian Pache is literally standing halfway between first and second base. The idea that you wouldn't have Olsen sneak behind him and just catch the ball where he's at. Pache will never get back to the bag. The payoff pitch. Brings it. Caught looking, strike 3. Bender up top. Mad Max is out the jam. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I am genuinely upset. I'm legitimately, I'm mad. I'm sad. I am confused. I am shocked and appalled. At what age did the people at the bank decide that I no longer enjoy suckers?
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got lost in the game. I mean, the ballpark, the people, the color, the sounds, smells. And it's a passion. It's a very, very big part of my life. Sometimes I like to be 11 years old. I like being part of something that's bigger than me. It's good for your soul to invest in something you can't control.
You're a romantic. You have a lyrical soul. You can love under the best and worst conditions.
Everybody's always so quick to tell you that McDonald's is so unhealthy. What about that relationship you in? Like stupid.
Clemente batted .414 in the series, hit 2 doubles, a triple, and 2 home runs, and led the Pirates to the championship in 7 games. A year later, on September 30th, 1972, he passed yet another milestone in his long career.
Everybody certainly wants Bobby to get that big number 3,000. Matlack on the 0-1. Bobby hits a drive into the gap in left center field. There she is.
That winter, an earthquake hit Nicaragua, and Clemente volunteered to carry relief supplies to the victims. On New Year's Eve, his plane crashed into the Atlantic Ocean. His body was never found.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Velvet says they're listening from Curacao. Welcome in, Velvet. I would imagine you're big Ozzy Albies fans. Andrew Jones, for that matter. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. The Phillies threatened to score big time, top of the second. We start at the bottom of the second. The first pitch to Matt Olson is a swing and a miss strike on the edge. It's 0-1. The Ice House batting .241, 12 home runs, 41 RBI, a .741 OPS. Righty-lefty. They set up inside. Nola brings it. Swing. Slaps it back foul. Do it again, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Game 1 of a 3-game set tomorrow is 7:15. Pitch on the way, down below the knees. Look like the knuckle curve. 1-2. So just remember that's not your normal 7:20 start. It's at 5 minutes earlier because it is the national game on Fox. The 1-2 from Nola. Down below the knees. Good take by the Ice House, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, slaps it back foul. Do it again. Matt Olson has been in pretty much a year-long slump considering his numbers from last year. Just 12 home runs on the year. On pace for what, 24-ish, 23? Big dip. The 2-2 pitch to Olson. Swung on, sliced down the left field line. If it's fair, it's gone, but it's foul, plenty foul. About took a left turn about halfway down the left field line. So a 2-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is hammered down the right field line. If it's fair, it's gone. Just foul. All right. Maybe the third one's the charm. Hit it in the middle. The 2-2 to Matt Olson. Swung on. That ball sliced back into the crowd. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Bottom of the second inning. It does appear, unless they change something last minute, it does appear that the pitching rotations are set. Or for this series, the 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is dribbled over towards third. Should be able to get him. They do. 5-3 put out. Sosa to Bohm. What a way. Good at bat by Matt Olson nonetheless. He fought those pitches off. I think he might line one up tonight. You see a guy go out there and come that close to hitting a home run twice in the same at bat. That usually means he's on to something. Tomorrow's game, first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna, batting fifth tonight, is a swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-1. It's Schwellenbach versus Ranger Suarez. The bad news is Suarez has been very good this year, may even start the All-Star game. The good news is he got rocked his last time out. The 0-1, swing and a miss, it's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. '27th pitch of the night for Nola. Raises his glove, and he brings it. Swung on, sliced up, popped up, down the right field line. Is someone going to get it? Second baseman, Merrifield, drifts over there and catches it. About midway down the right field line, 2 away. Bohm was going to have a heck of a chance. I don't think he ever would have caught that. And the right fielder, Castellanos, was playing way back. He never had a prayer. So good defensive play by Merrifield. Used to be one of the better hitting second basemen in baseball. Father Time is undefeated. Ask Duval if you don't think so. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Sunday, it appears they're going to roll with Raylo. Ronaldo Lopez versus Mercado, who is filling up the spot of a couple of injured pitchers in the Phillies rotation. The 1-0 swung on, foul back, 1-1. They will dodge Chris Sale, and we will dodge Zach Wheeler. So a 1-1 count to Travis. Pitch on the way, swung on. That ball's rifled over to short, backhanded. Plenty of time with the catcher running. Turner's got it, and that'll end the inning. Another 3 up, 3 down. Braves bats are ice cold. Phillies have 3 hits, but we're tied at nada.
I just saw one of my local crackheads, and he looked at me and he was like, "Hey, got one for you." And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "I'll huff, I'll puff, and I'll steal all your stuff."
The real question is brunette crazy, redhead crazy, or blonde crazy?
Oof. Oh, brunette crazy.
Yeah, those are completely different kind of crazies. Because redhead crazy is like will ruin your life, but will be the best bouncy time you've ever had in your life.
Blonde crazy.
Will ruin your life, but will also blast the car into the side of an 18-wheeler going...
That's because she's in her damn Barbie Jeep and doesn't understand what curves are.
Brunette crazy is the kind where you wake up and she's standing over you with a Bowie knife and you're like, "What are you doing?" And she just says, "Don't worry about it." You do exactly the opposite. You worry about
everything.
Turn off for me, can't swim. I mean, the earth is 80% water. So if there's a tsunami and you trying to get on my back, bye, I'm doing me. I ain't your floaty. I ain't nobody floaty.
The legality of Major League Baseball's controversial reserve clause is now in the hands of the Supreme Court. The case involves the trade of Curt Flood from St. Louis to Philadelphia. That case for Flood is being argued.
It was so difficult for the fans to understand my problems with baseball. I was telling my story to deaf ears because I was telling my story to a person who would give their firstborn child to be doing what I was doing. And he just could not understand how there could be anything possibly wrong with baseball.
For nearly 3 years, Curt Flood had been in the courts, fighting a one-man battle with Major League Baseball over the reserve clause. Despite the advice of the Players Union, he had left the game in 1969 rather than be traded against his will.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. 0-0 your score. We head to the second inning. Max Fried go back to work. Top of the order. Bryson Stott, lefty-lefty matchup. Mad Max brings it. First pitch on the way. Swatted back foul. Behind home plate, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Stott struck out his first time up. Max brings it. Curveball down and away, 1-1. 1-1 count. Trey Turner stands on deck. Alec Boehm is in the hole. 0-0 your score. Max Fried comes set, kicks and fires, swing, fouls it straight back. 91 miles an hour, about letter high, 1-2. Max Fried sitting at 34 pitches. So not too terrible number right there. But you don't want to have a long inning here or there. You could run yourself past where you want to be come the 5th or 6th inning. The 1-2. Brings it down and in. Look like the sinker, 2-2. The 2-2 count. Nobody on, nobody out. Game 1 of a 3-game set. The 2-2 from Fried. Turns and fires. Swung on, chopped foul down the first base side into the Braves dugout. Do it again, 2-2. Notice the national coverage has focused on the fact that the Phillies are without Bryce Harper. They're without Kyle Schwarber. As if we are not without is the 2-2 pitch. Down and away taken, 3-2. As if we're not missing Ronald Acuna Jr., Michael Harris, Spencer Strider. So a full count from Fried, top of the third, he brings it. Swung on, banged on the ground over to Ozzie. Hard hit ball, but it'll be a 4-3 putout to start the inning. One away. One down, and that'll bring Trey Turner to the plate. You want to keep him off the bases if all possible. I still can't get over in that last inning where Christian Pache was literally, so one of the reasons why he was cheating so far down the line is Max fires the first pitch way outside wide for a ball change that misses. It's 1-0. Olsen was playing on the pole on the infield, so he was about halfway. The 1-0 swung on, lifted high and deep into right field, drifting back on the warning track. Making the catch is Adam Duvall, 2 down. But the idea that you play so far off that this guy, Pache, is literally, I mean, it would have taken him about 4 steps to be at second, which means anything that got down, they're probably scoring 2. You've got to cheat closer to the bag if you're Olsen. And from the Braves coaching standpoint, they've got to be alert and say, hey, get him back. First pitch on the way to Bohm is right there for a boom strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1, lefty-righty. Alec Bohm infamously did not touch home plate many Sunday night baseballs ago. The 0-1 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled off the mound, bounces into left field. It may have gotten a piece of Max Fried. Looking at the replay now, I don't know if it did or not. It was scalded. He's telling Darno it didn't hit him. I didn't think it did because, well, maybe it hit the back of his foot. Yeah, I think that's what it looked like. It got smoked off the mound and then ricocheted off the back of his shoe. So it didn't hit him flush. He says he's good to go. So bad luck right there for the Braves. If that ball goes up the middle, Ozzie's actually standing right there to probably make the play. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is a swing and a miss strike, 94 up top. It's 0-1. But when a ball's hit that hard, I don't know if that's necessarily bad luck or that's just, man, that's a ball hitting that hard, and funny things happen when that happens. The 0-1 from Fried. Lifts, kicks, and fires. Swing. That ball's rifled down the right field line. That's down for a base hit. Adam Duvall gets it back quickly. He'll fire it towards second. Bohm goes first to third with no ease, and they've got runners on the corners and 2 outs. Edmund Sosa coming to the plate. Max Fried really on the ropes here. He has dodged some bullets so far. There have been some hard hit balls. He's getting a lot of that plate right now. So 2 down, runners on the corners. They won't do it, but this is a perfect opportunity to go out there and talk to him, calm him down, give him a chance to catch his breath, but you know they won't do that. First pitch on the way, 94 well inside. It's 1-0. Edmund Sosa batting .269 on the year, a .789 OPS. Hitting out in front of his skis for what his career numbers typically are. The 1-0. Up high, misses, 2-0. Lifetime batting average of .255 and a 721 OPS, so a much better year this year than he's typically had. He came up as a big prospect with the Cardinals. The 2-0 swung on, chopped foul towards the Phillies dugout out in front of the camera well, 2-1. The 2-1 count. See the question, Edmund Sosa is not related to Sammy. Unless they're very distant, because it's never been brought up. The 2-1 pitch from Fried. Runners at the corners. 2 outs. The pitch from Mad Max. Swing and a miss. 94 up top, 2-2. Of course, you never know if someone's a distant relative. But Sammy Sosa was born in the Dominican Republic. Edmund Sosa is from Panama. Actually, Panama City, Panama. The 2-2 pitch. Comes set, kicks and fires. 96 inside. He leaned into that to get hit. And they're going to give him first base, but that's a bad call by home plate umpire Laz Diaz. He bent down to get hit. He did not avoid the ball. He actually went down to get hit by the ball. Now, I don't know why Weiss is on the phone because it's not something you can really challenge. The only thing you could possibly challenge is if his arm was in the strike zone or the ball's in, but I don't think the ball's in the strike zone. It was not. But he leaned down to get hit, and you could see him brace for it. See it on his face. He purposely did that. But Laz Diaz, once again, talked about this earlier. He's one of your worst umpires in Major League Baseball, and he gives him the base. But the only reason why this goes on is because you have Snicker standing back there not doing a thing. Bobby Cox would have been out there all over him. 75% of Major League managers would have been all over Diaz right now, saying, what the hell are you doing? He's leaning into the damn thing. You can't just give him a base. But instead, here we are. First pitch on the way. Is swung on, rattled up the middle. Ozzie has it, steps on second. Thankfully, Max didn't touch that one. He almost bobbled into that one. Man, can we put some kind of force field to keep Max Fried from trying to play defense? We'll be back in a flash. Ironic, because he has gold gloves.
I know that violence is not the answer, but yes, it is.
Let me get this straight. I can go to the grocery store and buy a pound of sliced ham in a plastic bag, a loaf of bread in a plastic bag, a gallon of milk in a plastic jug, a pack of napkins in plastic wrap, a store-made salad in a plastic tub, plastic bottles with ketchup or mustard, but they won't give me a plastic bag to carry it home in because the plastic bag is bad.
Girls that eat pickles and like thoroughly enjoy eating them, and I'm not talking about like on a burger or anything, but like pickles from a pickle jar. They're always hot. Like, what's with it with hot girls and pickles? I don't understand you.
What I told him was that I agreed with him in principle, but that the courts had treated players as property and would likely do so again, and that his attempt, while a principled one, was, I thought, doomed to failure. And I worried about his knowing the kinds of chances he was taking, that he was going to end his career in a case that probably was a loser.
The lawyers for the major leagues would not talk for the cameras, but in the courtroom they argued that the reserve clause is essential to the future of organized baseball, that without the reserve clause, all the rich teams would get all the star players. But Arthur Goldberg maintains that the reserve clause, tying a player to one team for the rest of his life, is in violation of the 13th Amendment. That's the amendment against slavery and indentured servitude.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Man, Ozzie Albies was there, right place, right time. For those of y'all listening on radio and can't see the game, the ball was hit back up the middle, and Max Fried stumbled, and he almost made contact with the ball. And if he makes contact with the ball, it's going to shoot one way, and all the runners would have been safe. But he smartly dodged out of the way and let the ball go up the middle in the hopes that someone has it. And Ozzie was standing right there to toe tap the bag. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike to Adam Duvall. It's 0-1. Duvall batting .558 on the year, OPS, a .180 batting average, 6 home runs. The 0-1, down and away, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Righty. Pitch on the way. Swing. Chase that one out of the zone. 1-2. Nola in a pretty good place himself. He's only at 33 pitches. He has not had ducks on the pond. He has pitched a perfect game so far. So 1-2 count. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Bottom of the third inning. The 1-2 pitch to Duvall. They set up inside. Inside misses. 2-2. They've gone sinker and knuckle curve. That one right there tried to bust him inside. The 2-2 pitch. Swing. Fouls it straight back. Four-seam fastball. Slaps it up against the screen behind home plate. We'll do it again, 2-2. Pittsburgh has gone ahead New York 4-2. They are in the 6th inning. The 2-2. Nola comes set, brings it. Caught looking, strike 3. 93 right down the pipe. You got to swing at that, Duvall. One away. One down. Yankees and Red Sox are in a rain delay. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss to Orlando Arcia. It's 0-1. Orlando coming back from the injury. The 0-1. Fires it down below the knees. 1-1. So 1-1 count. San Francisco leads Cleveland 3-0 in the second. Nola fires it towards the plate. Swing and a miss. Nowhere near that slider. 1-2. Houston and Minnesota just getting underway. They're scoreless. Washington 5-3 over St. Louis. If you're wondering about the playoff race, is the 1-2 pitch. Swung it, and man, oh man, Arcia. Swung it absolutely garbage. 2 down. If you're wondering about the playoff picture, Atlanta came into tonight just 2 games in front of San Diego for the top wild card spot. 2.5 in front of St. Louis. Those are the 2 teams that you are realistically pulling against right now. You've got Arizona and the Mets and San Francisco and Cincinnati and Pittsburgh and Washington. Even the Cubs are all technically in the mix. But those are the 2 teams you're pulling against the hardest because they would be threatening the Braves' top spot. Eli White comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Batting .294 down on the AAA. Pitch, 93. Outer edge, 1-1. AAA, of course, is no longer the level just below major leagues as far as talent-wise. That's usually the guys that are more ready to just come up and contribute. The 1-1 swing, lifted high into left field. Easy, lazy fly ball, and another 3 up, 3 down. Aaron Nola is pitching a perfect game. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said get off your phone. We're watching a show.
Do you get off your phone whenever I'm watching football on the weekends?
But this is different. We're trying to spend quality time together.
Well, we could spend quality time together watching football if you weren't on your phone, so it seems like a little bit of a double standard.
Well, at least on our TV shows, we don't know what's going to happen. But when we watch the Cowboys, I feel like the same thing happens every year.
Got him! Got him!
Armchair.
World Series chance for the first time since 1995. I'm going to take a quick break to pour me a drink, by God, and then I'll meet y'all here. Anyone who wants to hang out and celebrate, we're going to keep this feed going. And let it get it, baby! It's about damn time!
Flood's first trial had been in federal district court in Manhattan in 1970.
I think Kurt Flood on the stand was treated miserably by the federal judge. He almost taunted him. A judge who showed great respect for almost all witnesses. From the bench, the judge asked Kurt Flood, this is not as easy as playing center field, is it? With a sarcastic tone in the middle of a difficult cross-examination.
No active player dared testify on his behalf. Only owner Bill Veeck and a handful of retired stars came to Flood's defense.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. 0-0 heading to the top of the fourth inning. We're scoreless on both ends, but it's been Max Fried who's really been laboring. Nola's been cruising. He's pitching a perfect game right now. Max Fried has had ducks all over the pond all game long. First pitch on the way is a curveball, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Max has already given up 5 base hits. The 1-0. Curveball. Teardrop right there at the knees. 1-1. He's given up 5 base hits. He has struck out 3. Also had a hit batter. So 6 base runners. The 1-1 swing and a miss. Nasty change. Pulled the string on that one. 1-2. Rafael Marcon, the hind catcher for the Philadelphia Phillies. The 1-2. Fried comes set. Kicks and fires. Swung on. Chop foul towards the dugout of the Philadelphia Phillies. 1-2 count. Max Fried at 54 pitches. Find someone that looks at you the way Apple TV looks at Bryce Harper. They've got him plastered all over the screen. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on. Chopped over towards first. Olsen's got it. Flips it. Steps on the pillow. Max Fried covering. A 3-1 put out. 1 away. One down. Rojas coming to the plate. Pache moves to the on-deck circle. If anybody gets going, it'll be the top of the order. Braves 0, Phillies 0. First pitch on the way. Teardrop curve, top of the zone. Missed call by Laz Diaz. Once again, it's 1-0. Rojas, 2 home runs, 225 OPS, or 225 average, 547 OPS, excuse me. The 1-0. Strike called on the inside part of the plate, 1-1. He went curveball change to start it off. The 1-1. Max brings it down and in. 2-1. Missed with another change. 2-1 count. Nobody on, 1 out. The pitch from Max. Swing. That ball's chopped over to first. Olson's got it. Fires it to Fried. And they're going to say that the diving attempt by Rojas is safe at first. Max is convinced that he toe-tapped the bag before he got there. We'll have to see. Not very good angle so far from the Applecast. If they slow it down, we'll get a better angle. Oh, yeah. Oh, he definitely got him. That is without a doubt. He beat him, stuck his right leg out there and smacked the bag, and right after that, though it is bang bang, and you can understand why the umpire missed it because of his angle where he's standing, it's obvious that he's out. I would be shocked if they held this up. They hold this up, the conspiracy's real, y'all. He smacked the bag with his right foot, and then his left hand hit the bag. If he runs through it, he's safe. But these guys, man, there's certain guys out there in the league that do not understand that you are going to get there faster if you do not dive. You run through the bag, you get there faster. And it's been scientifically proven this isn't a guessing game. But he definitely hit the bag and then. So I would think that they're going to get this right. While they do that, it's about that time to turn back time. On this date in 1899, John McGraw becomes the first major leaguer to achieve stolen base cycle when he swiped second, third, and home plate during the same inning of the same game. The 26-year-old Orioles National League third baseman accomplishes the feat in the fourth frame of the team's 5-4 victory over the Boston Beaneaters, who is now the Atlanta Braves, at Baltimore's Union Park. That was in 1899. That John McGraw, he coached he was the manager for the Giants during their run in the 1920s. Is known as one of the greatest of all time. But, you know, he first got fame playing with the Baltimore Orioles in the late 1890s. He and his teammates essentially invented the Baltimore chop. They perfected it. There's no way he's safe. If they continue to look at this. The interview with Harper is far too long, and the review is far too long. Did they call him safe? Is that what they're going with? That's a terrible call. So, once again, the Phillies getting the benefit of the doubt from the New York home office. First pitch on the way from Fried is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. And once again, Snicker just sits there and takes it and doesn't say anything. Doesn't raise Cain, and this is why this happens to Atlanta, is because he gets shoved into lockers all the time and doesn't do anything about it. The 1-0 pitch misses inside, 2-0. And just as culpable to me is the Atlanta media. They never confront him in the post-game interviews about this. The 2-0. Fried flips it over there. Snick gave the go-ahead to challenge the call. He got the nod from Weiss, and it's very evident that he was out. 2-0 misses 3-0. So I guarantee this is all in Max Fried's head. He's got to calm it down. And meanwhile, Apple is doing a terrible job on their broadcast because they're not focusing on that because they're tongue-bathing Bryce Harper. The 3-0 pitch. Called for a strike on the outer edge, 3-1. Runner at first, 1 out. Hopefully the baseball gods will intervene and get us out of this. The 3-1. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Runner at first, 1 out. Scoreless here in Atlanta in the top of the 4th inning. The payoff pitch from Fried. Looks back the runner a few times. Now he brings it. Swing, pops it up, back foul and out of play. We'll do it again. Pitch on the way. That one's fouled back. We'll do it again. 3-2. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. The full count. They set up outside once again. Max Fried brings it. Swung on. That ball is laced into right field. That's down for a base hit. Duvall comes up, grabs it, fires it. But the ill-gotten runner at first goes to third, and there's runners on the corners, 1 away. Meanwhile, you would not believe this if you're listening to this on radio. They are literally going back to showing Bryce Harper clapping. You can't make this stuff up. They really are the worst. I hope we don't have too many more of these broadcasts this year with Apple because they are just the absolute worst. Runners on the corners, 1 out. In the top of the order, back to the plate. Stott. Swing and a miss. 95 up top, it's 0-1. Stott and then Trey Turner, so it doesn't get any easier. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, chopped over to second. It's going to be a 6, 4, 3. Bad throw by Ozzie. Ball got, I don't think he would have gotten him anyways. That was going to be a really tough double play to turn. Arcia grabbed it. Yeah. Stott would have beaten that anyways. So the runner scores. Braves trail 1-0. The ill-gotten runner by the bum call by not just the first base umpire on the field, who's Tripp Gibson, but also the home cooking from MLB office on the replay. Yeah, there's no way that ball gets to. Ozzie tried his best. His momentum was carrying him towards the infield. Tried to throw it down the first base line, but even over to first base. But even if Olsen comes up with that ball, Stott was going to be safe. Runner at first, 2 outs. Turner stands at the plate. He's 0 for 2. Strikeout and a flyout. The pitch. Curveball misses up top. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Lefty righty. Fried brings it. Curveball swung on and blasted. Deep into left field, and that ball's gone. So a 3-0 game, Philadelphia, and it all comes off the hand on the bum call. We should have been out of the inning. Instead, Philadelphia leads it 3-0. Now, at the end of the day, Max Fried still's got to make his pitches. He's got to get out of the jam. But that was a bum call that should have had the inning in the books before Turner ever came to the plate. That was a hanging curveball, and that's all on Max. But at the same token, he should be sitting in the dugout right now. Terrible call by Tripp Gibson, and a worse call by the folks up in New York, because they had the ability to slow it down and look at it. Max has been playing with danger all night long. He finally gave up the dinger. It's 3-0. The 0-1 pitch to Bohm. Swung on, chopped off his instep. It's 0-2. An 0-2 count. The 0-2 pitch. Max comes set. Kicks and fires. Swing. And that ball's rifled into right field. One hopper to Duvall. And the inning continues. He's leaving these pitches up. But the curveball that got hit over the fence and a few other balls that have been hit hard. You got a runner at first, 2 outs in the inning. The beat goes on. That'll bring Castellanos to the plate. Remember the ball that Bohm, who is now 3 for 3, remember the one he hit in the first inning that almost cleared the fence? That was another one, another fastball that he missed up high. Darnold's finally going out there and talking to Fried, but should really bring out one of the coaching. The coaching staff should be out there to talk to him. Give him a breather. Let him calm down. First pitch on the way. Castellanos is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. I think if I were Darnold, when that play was called, when the call was blown at first base on the replay, I think that's the spot you got there to talk to him, because he knows he was out as the 0-1 pitch is dropped into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And the Philadelphia Phillies have runners on first and second and 2 outs. All the damage being done here with 2 outs. But at that point, you should have went out there and talked to him to calm him down, because I guarantee you, if you ask Max Fried right now what he's thinking about, what he's stewing over the fact that, well, I know damn good and well Rojas was out at first. First pitch on the way to Max is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. He's at 77 pitches too, by the way. The 1-0. Sosa, who leaned in to a pitch to get hit by it, swings at this one, pops it up high in the sky. Eli White comes in, makes the catch in the book of Eli, closes the books here in the 4th inning. But not before a blown call by New York and Tripp Gibson leads to a 3-run rally by the Phillies.
Unlucky. Yeah. Man, I love the way y'all use that word over here. Back home, if a team was playing poorly, we don't call them unlucky. What do we call them, Coach?
New York Jets.
There it is.
Hey, Braves Country. This is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
driving 21 miles today for my 21st birthday.
Well, on my 21st birthday, I couldn't walk 21 feet. Huh? I got up. I think that's maybe what was wrong with me still to this day. All right? My 21st, I woke up with a football helmet, a woman's thong, and a flip-flop. I still don't know what happened. On my 21st birthday, one of my buddies on himself. Huh? He was quiet all night, and he was sitting on the couch. He said, I got 3 minutes later, he didn't say a word after that, but 3 minutes later, he said, I don't got no more. But happy birthday to you.
Flood lost in district court and then lost again in the Court of Appeal. And on June 18, 1972, by a vote of 5-3, the United States Supreme Court ruled against him. Baseball was still exempt from antitrust laws, and the reserve clause still stood.
I am particularly pleased that the court has recognized the need for a reserve system and has further recognized that baseball has not disregarded the extremely important position the player occupies. Over the long history of baseball, the reserve system has constantly evolved to improve the position of the player. I am confident that this process will continue.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Aaron Nola pitching a perfect game. He head to the bottom of the fourth inning. First pitch on the way to Kid Kelnick. He dances out of the way of a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch nowhere near the zone, 2-0. Aaron Nola had kind of a lengthy seat there on the bench. He may be a little rusty coming off that long half inning. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss, changed one well over the zone, 2-1. That's one that Kid Kelnick's got to learn to take. You're up 2-0 on a count. He has shown that he's not hitting the zone. That one's at the bottom of the zone. Even if you make contact with that, you're going to bang it into the ground. It's going to be another out. So a 2-1 count. Righty-lefty. The pitch. High and inside, 94 misses. Ball 3-1. Need base runners more than anything else right now. Braves trail just 3-0. Braves lead the season series 2-1 so far here in 2024 against the Phillies. The 3-1 pitch, taken all the way, dancing knuckle curve across the zone, full count. So a full count. Righty-lefty. Nola brings it. Swung on, just got a piece of that. Foul tipped it off the plate on the changeup. Do it again, 3-2. Ozzie Albies stands on deck. Austin Riley in the hole. The payoff pitch. See the comment about Dansby Swanson. You're obviously not watching what Dansby Swanson's been doing. That is a hard pass on paying Dansby Swanson $27 million a year to hit worse than Arcia. So a full count. 49 pitches in. Perfect game for Nola. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase one well out of the zone. One away. One down. Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. Ozzie, like everybody else, is 0 for 1. Struck out his first time up. First pitch on the way is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. 1-1. They're pretty much just playing pitch and catch back there right now. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded through the hole. That's going to get through. And the Atlanta Braves have their first base runner of the night, and it's the Wiz, Ozzie Albies.
I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
The Wiz gets it in between the 4-6 hole, and now we'll see. We'll see how Aaron Nola pitches from the stretch. Austin Riley comes to the dish. First pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong. A 2-run shot. A hanger, a banger. 414 happy feet over the ball. 104 miles an hour off the bat of the rake. And Atlanta cuts the lead to 3-2. And to the fair weather fan who just left the building, see ya! First pitch on the way. Matt Olson right there for a strike. It's a Nasty Nestor said he was leaving. Maybe he was our bad luck charm. The 0-1 to Olson. Kicks and fires. Swung on. Slice foul and out of play. It's 0-2. Remember when Olson came up, he dotted a couple of balls just left and just right of the foul poles. Austin Riley, well, that clicked. That is now his 6th home run and 10th and 11th RBI against Aaron Nola. The 0-2 pitch, swung on, swatted back foul. Do it again. Ozuna stands on deck. The pitch on the way. 93 up top, misses. So a 1-2 count to Olson. Ozuna on deck. Pitch on the way. Down and in. Did he go around? 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Swing. Slices it foul down the line. We'll do it again. Braves 2, Phillies 3. Bottom of the 4th inning. Still a long way to go in this one. The 2-2. Swung on. That ball's hit hard on the ground, but right at the third baseman. Sosa, he fires it over to first. It's a 5-3 put out, one away. Two down. Marcell Ozuna, man, he's due. He was dropped down in the lineup to the number 5 spot, which is where he started. He only got put up to the 3 spot because Riley was doing so poorly. First pitch on the way to Zoo. Swing and a miss over the top. It's 0-1. We actually talked about this last game, if y'all remember. Talked about that it was time to flip-flop them again because Ozuna was hitting so poorly. He's still having a good year, but it's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-2. But the idea of riding the hot hand, putting him at the 3 spot to make them have to see him more often. I have faith that Marcel will get back going again soon, but it was time to drop him down to the 5-hole. So an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way from Nola. Swung on. That ball is laced into left field. Gonna be making the catch on the run is Pache. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 2 on the board. Atlanta, back in it, baby. We'll be back in a flash.
Hey, Dad, what's one piece of advice you'd give to somebody?
Don't have kids.
All right, then.
Wait, what'd you say?
I know you're watching football all day, so I'm gonna go get you some more beer and make some wings for lunch. And I was also thinking that we could hang that TV outside so you could have 2 games at once. Why are you crying?
It's just the first time that you've said that you've loved me in a while.
Where are you from?
What?
Where are you from?
What you talking about?
Where are you from?
You know where I'm from.
The folks want to know.
Oh, you're doing a question?
Yeah. Come talk to these folks.
All right, I'll tell them. We are from West Georgia, near the Alabama line. We're a little bit classy and a little bit trashy. I probably have some family members that have dual roles. Do you know what that means? A cousin, maybe an uncle. Yep. I just had one locked up because they were mixing up chemicals in their motorhome. Look how she's looking at me. Don't be hating on your family.
Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is Friday, and to most blue-collar workers, that means nothing at all, because we got to go to work on Saturday.
We lost because my guys, my colleagues didn't stand up with me. And I can't make any excuse for them. Had we shown any amount of solidarity, if the superstars had stood up and said, we're with Curt Flood, if the superstars had walked into the courtroom in New York and made their presence known, I think that the owners would have gotten the message very clearly, given me a chance to win that.
Curt Flood never played Major League Baseball again.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. On this date in 1905, Rube Waddell beat Cy Young and the Americans 4-2 when the A's scored 2 runs in the 20th inning. Both future Hall of Famers go the distance in the baseball grounds of Huntington Avenue Marathon. First pitch on the way from Fried as he goes back out there for a 5th inning is a curveball off the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty-righty. Swing. Chops it over towards third. Riley's got it. Scoops it. Flips it. Over to first. 5-3 put out. 1 away. One down. First pitch on the way from Max Fried is right there for a strike on the outer cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. That ball is nowhere near the zone. 1-1. Braves 2, Phillies 3. The 1-1 from Fried. Down and away, 2-1. So 2-1 count. Fried kicks and fires. Teardrop at the top of the zone, 2-2. Max Fried, just 3 strikeouts, 10 hits, 3 earned runs. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's number 4 on the night. 2 away. If he can get out of this pretty quickly, they'll send him back out there for the 6th inning, I would think. First pitch on the way is a curveball, top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. He finally calls that a strike. He's been really pinching the top of that zone all night long, both pitchers. The 0-1. Down below the knees, curveball misses, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Lefty, righty. The pitch. Swing. That ball's hammered over to Riley. Riley's got it. He throws him out by a mile. They might want to challenge that. Last time he was up, they gave him the base anyways. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Excuse me, do you know how to get to town?
Yeah, it's back the way you came.
Hey, Braves fans. Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves Country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here.
White people, I want to have a conversation with y'all because y'all have really pissed me off. Where are the new rock bands? Like when I was growing up, we had Green Day. Y'all keep trying to twerk. That's the problem. We need some headbangers. Like what happened to all the garage bands? I ain't met a white dude in like 10 years that said him and his band. That just randomly brings up his band. Do y'all not do that anymore? Why all the skater boys want to be DJs and rappers and producers? What is going on? White people, I say this because I care. Stop rapping. Bring back the rock bands. We didn't even judge y'all because the singer really could never sing. We never judged y'all because the music was that good. Can we please have that back?
Armchair.
Is there no way we can get rid of him?
Not without cause.
I have cause. It is because I hate him.
Now is Henry Aaron. Here's a pitch to Aaron. Ball game in the 7th inning. The Cardinals lead 3-0. Here's a pitch to Henry Aaron. There's a drive way back. It's out on the Glen Avenue in right center. Tremendous home run hitting the light tower out there. Holy cow, did he kiss that ball. There's his 42nd home run of the year. His 126th run batted in. Oh, did he hit that ball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Oh, I see the comment now. Some of the garbage that spews out of people's mouths. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. Braves trail by just 1. First pitch on the way. Outside, well off the plate, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Laz Diaz. Ranked in the bottom quarter of all MLB umpires. The 0-1, down and away for a strike, 0-2. That one appeared to be in the zone. So an 0-2 to Travis. Righty. Pitch on the way. Swing, fouls it away. Very well may be Travis's last year along with Charlie Morton. I would tend to think Travis is going to go into coaching in some capacity. The 0-2 pitch. Nola brings it high and out of the zone, 1-2. If that is the case, remember the Futures game. Starting catcher of the Futures game is an Atlanta Brave, Drake Baldwin. He could very well be hitting the 2 slot in the Braves catching rotation next year. The 1-2 pitch blew it right by him. Fastball about 93 miles an hour. 1 away. One down. Yeah, all I caught was the part where the guy was talking about how we should have re-signed Dansby Swanson. First pitch on the way is at the knees. It's 0-1. The idea that you would rather have Dansby Swanson making what he's making. The 0-1 swung on, fisted back foul. It's 0-2. He is averaging $27 million this year, all the way through 2029, where he'll be 35 years old and probably your designated hitter. Okay, so think about that as the 0-2 pitch misses high. 1-2. Orlando Arcia, conversely, is making $2 million. So a big difference. And then if you look at their stats, Dansby Swanson is the 1-2 pitch from Nola. Swung on, just dribbled foul in between home and third. He is batting .208 and a .634 OPS. He does have 8 home runs, but .208 and a .634 OPS. And as bad as Orlando Arcia has been, the 1-2 way outside wide, 2-2. Orlando Arcia comparatively is batting, 9 points higher, a much lower OPS. He does have 6 home runs, so they're really comparatively. And this is the 2-2 pitch to Duvall, swing and a miss, strike 3, blew right by him, well out of the zone, chased that one 2 away. With all that being said, they're having about the same year, and defensively, though Dansby Swanson has more range, Orlando Arcia has a much better arm, much more consistent arm at that. So they're about a push across the line, and you're saving $25 million. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia, swung on, and as we speak it into existence, he slaps one down the right field line. And it's a 2-out single for the Magic Kingdom. Fastball on the outer edge, and he didn't try to do too much with it. His struggles has really been from trying to do too much, trying to pull everything. He actually stepped into that and sent it down the right field line. Alec Bohm is looking for something. I don't know if it's his drugs or something on the dirt there in the infield. First pitch on the way to Eli White. Book of Eli takes a 94-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing, broken bat, up the middle. But it's going to be an easy 4-3 putout. That bat shattered in his hands. That'll end the inning. Braves trail by just 1. We head to the 6th inning. Remember, Braves bullpen greater than the Philly.
So I told my psychiatrist I was hearing voices in my head. He said I don't have a psychiatrist.
I'm going to UCLA because my wife went to UCLA Med School. Shout out, Tran. You complete me, ho. That's her last name. That's her last name. Relax, ESPN. How dare you?
Armchair.
Is you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Is you crying?
Go on, leave me alone. You know I'm watching the game. No, I'm not crying.
I told you they was finna lose. I don't know why you acting like this.
Why is you talking about my business? Why is you talking about my business? They cheated, though. They cheated. They cheated. When they lose, don't talk to me for the rest of the week. Why is you bothering me?
Whoa, what about the wristbands? You act like they finna throw you in the game to save the last couple of points for you.
Would you leave me alone? Would you leave me alone?
You don't even cry for me like this.
I only known you for 2 months. It's been my team for 22 years.
It is especially fitting that today, in the midst of baseball's most exciting event, the World Series, we pause to honor Jackie Robinson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I would just like to say that I was really just a spoke in the wheel of the success that we had some 25 years ago. I would like to also say that I would be a real pleasure if Mr. Rickey could have been here with us today, but to the members of the family, my entire love and gratitude for the things that he's done over the years. And I also want to say how pleased I am that my family can be here this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves hanging around. Braves bullpen is ranked higher than Philadelphia's. This is the first pitch on the way here in the sixth inning. Is skied high into right field. Underneath it, making the catch is Adam Duvall, and there's one away. And not that their bullpen's chopped liver, but they have taken a considerable dip. They started off ranked one of the top bullpens in all of baseball, but then they started hitting the meat of their schedule. And as of right now, NL bullpen rankings, Braves are number one. First pitch on the way from Fried is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. We're number two in all of baseball. The Atlanta Braves have a 3.04 ERA this year, which is phenomenal. Cleveland is sitting at 2.61, which is unheard of. So the Braves are having a phenomenal bullpen once again. As the 0-1 pitch, curveball in the dirt, 1-1. Philadelphia is about 4 points higher, 343, but they have gained several points in the last month where their schedule's gotten much tougher. The 1-1, curveball in the dirt, 2-1. Now the thing that evens that up is that the Braves offense has been playing poorly. So a 2-1 count. Lefty, lefty. The pitch from Fried. Caught right there for a strike. 2-2. Bryce Stott did not like the call. I can't say I blame him. Las Diaz has been terrible all night long. The 2-2. Fried brings it. Swing, pops it back foul. Do it again. Braves 2, Phillies 3, top of the sixth, the 2-2 count. The pitch. Swung on, banged over towards first, but foul, just foul. Same two teams back at it tomorrow night, 7:15 first pitch. If you're just joining us, Austin Riley's 2-run home run cut the lead to 3-2 right after Philadelphia had scored 3 off some ill-gotten gains by poor umpiring. The 2-2, outside wide, ball 3-2. An inning that should have been over was continued because of a blown call, not just by the first base umpire, but by the replay booth in New York. 3-2 pitch, missed up top, ball 4. So Max Fried is at 97 pitches. He walks his first batter of the night, and it'll be interesting to see if he is to face Trey Turner. Trey Turner took him yard. Lefty righty. First pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up high in the sky, bending over towards the first base side, but it'll drop about 4 or 5 rows out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty righty. Max comes set. Kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball's blasted. I'd be surprised if that stays in. That ball's gone. So once again, Brian Snitker getting outmanaged left and right leaves Max Fried in at the end of his rope against a guy who's already taken him yard. And the Braves trail 5-2. Unbelievable. You can see Max Fried all night long struggling. The worst part about this is they will not ask the tough questions in the postgame. Guys like Justin Toscano, guys like David O'Brien, guys like Mark Bowman, they will all sit there and nod along and tongue-bathe Snitker and say, yeah, that's baseball. Yeah, sometimes you'll get it, sometimes you won't. And no one will ask the tough question like, why didn't you go out and get him out of there? You knew that he was at the end. Darno's out there talking to him now. They're trying to buy time. Someone in the bullpen should have already been working. So another disaster but if the game's far from over, the Braves can get back in this. I mean, that was just a hanging, and they show Max Fried cussing on the mound as soon as but I mean, it's too late. The guy's exhausted. They're still going to leave him in there with 2 more power right-hand bats of Bowman and Castellanos. First pitch on the way is a comebacker towards the mound. Max has it, flips it over to first. 2 down. He's at 100 pitches. They fall in love with the idea that certain guys have to go certain lengths because we don't have days off. But you can manipulate your bullpen. You can send guys back and forth down. There's a couple of guys with options. That's not a problem. You got to be more aggressive, though. You can't wait until it's too late. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is chopped foul off between home and third. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Once he walked that batter, that was your signal. I haven't mentioned it. I said, well, he's almost at 100. He walks his first batter, and instead they just ignore the signs, and then a hanger turns into a home run. So an 0-2 count. Lefty, righty, pitch on the way. Curveball swung on, chopped over towards the mound. Max has it. He even throws that one low. And exhausted Max Fried almost threw that out away. He'll head to the dugout and hit the showers. Braves trail 5-2. We'll get the bats going, see if we can get us back in this one.
Like 7 years ago, I hit my hand on a chop saw blade. It was as it was slowing down. There was no guard on the chop saw. So I hit my hand on it as it was slowing down. It took a big old chunk out of my hand after it got stitched up and it healed and the stitches got taken out. This showed up and I started freaking out. It's cancer. They're going to have to amputate. I'm going to die. And after the nurse stopped laughing at me and caught her breath, she informed me that it's just scar tissue.
It's whiskey.
Smells awful.
Well, all whiskey smells awful.
Then why do people drink it?
Well, it's like when grown-ups have a party. They drink it to have a good time.
Gee, if it's a party, don't they have a good time anyway?
Well, grown-ups have a harder time having a good time than kids do.
I don't know who needs to hear this today, but stop grounding your kids from their online games. Log into those games and get them banned.
25 years after his historic debut, Jackie Robinson agreed to throw out the first ball of the 1972 World Series. He was just 53, but diabetes had dimmed his sight. Heart disease had slowed his step. Jackie Robinson died 10 days later. In his autobiography published after his death, Robinson recalled playing in his first World Series game. There I was, the black grandson of a slave, the son of a black sharecropper, part of a historic occasion, a symbolic hero to my people. But I must tell you that it was Mr. Ricky's drama and that I was only a principal actor.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way, top of the order. Jared Kelenic takes it down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Remember, he got up 2-0 and then started chasing pitches out of the zone his last time up. Fly out and a strikeout. The 1-0. Swung on, chopped over to first. Easy play. Flips it over to Nola covering the pillow. 1 down. Nola just at 80 pitches. One down, and Ozzie Albies will come to the plate. There have been a lot of people on social media trying to get rid of Snicker for 2 or 3 years. I don't think that's going to work. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is a swing and a miss, down and in. It's 0-1. The only thing you could realistically do is put pressure on the writers to say, why don't you ask these questions? But they don't have the go at 'em attitude that the bigger markets do. Atlanta likes to pretend like it's a big market, but their media is not big market. The 0-1, high and out of the zone, 1-1. And it's the same thing with all their sports teams. 1-1 to Ozzie. He got the first hit of the game for the Atlanta Braves. His last time up. Pitch on the way, high and out of the zone, 2-1. So a 2-1 count, and Austin Riley stands on deck. Ozzie singled to center field his last time up, and Riley drove them both home. The 2-1, open stance, left side, 93 up top, 2-2. Probably a good take by Ozzie. He swings at that, he probably pops it up. The 2-2. Nola comes set. The pitch. Curve down and in, 3-2. 3-2 count, and Ozzie calls time. He'll take his time out. Braves 2, Philly 5. Bottom of the 6th inning. Nola comes set. Looks like the hind catcher, Marchand's going to go out there and talk to him. They got mixed up in their calls. While they do that, we'll hit your one last turn back time on this date. In 1938, the Philadelphia Phillies move into Shibe Park, located only 5 blocks from the team's former home, splitting a twin bill with the Boston Bees, now known as your Atlanta Braves, losing the first game 10-5 and winning the nightcap 10-2. The National League franchise decided to abandon the Baker Bowl in the middle of the season for the newer and more spacious home of the Philadelphia A's, hoping to cut expenses with the club sharing revenue. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep, going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. That ball is ding dong. That pitch is dead. A hanger, a banger. Ozzie Albies. .385.
I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
385 happy feet just below the chop house. .108 miles an hour off the bat, and your Atlanta Braves have cut it to 2. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is swung on and chopped off the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Riley. Righty-righty matchup. They set up outside, high and out of the zone. 1-1. Be a good time to jump on Nola. Third time through the lineup. Marcell Ozuna is in the hole. Matt Olson's on deck. The 1-1 pitch. Misses high. 2-1. So they're going straight fastball there with Riley. He had a 2-run shot his last time up. He's 1 for 2 on the night. The 2-1 swing and a miss. Chase that slider off the edge, 2-2. The 2-2 to Riley. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Man, they were gunning for that up top fastball. 2 away. That's where Nola went the majority of that at bat. He finally got him on that final strike. So 2 down. Matt Olson comes to the plate. First pitch down below the knees. Called for a low strike, and Olson definitely said something to home plate umpire Laz Diaz. It's 0-1. The 0-1. They set up high and inside. Pitch on the way. Swing. Check swing. Back foul. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Braves 3, Philly 5. Ozzie Albies with a solo shot just moments ago. The 0-2 pitch, high and out of the zone. 1-2. Looks like that's really the drug of choice for Aaron Nola. He's trying to get those outside fastballs up high, about eye high to get you to chase. Marcel stands on deck. The 1-2. Swing. Pops it back down the third base line. Is it going to stay in play? Just out of play. We'll do it again. Should be noted Nola is at about to throw his 96th pitch. The difference between Nola and Fried labored the whole time. Now, Nola's given up a couple of home runs, but all in all, he's been pretty dominant. You can understand why Philly's sticking with Nola as opposed to Fried, who had ducks all over the pond all game long. The 1-2 pitch. Swing. Pops it up. High in the sky. Is that going to stay in play? Bending over towards the first base side. Into the crowd just past the on-deck circle. Do it again, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. The 1-2. Swing, and that ball's roasted down the right field line. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Matt Olson trucking around first, hauling it to second, and your Atlanta Braves have a runner in scoring position. There are 2 out, but the Big Zoo is coming to the plate. That ball got too much of the plate, and the ice house raked it down the line. Scalded off the bat 107 miles an hour into the corner. They're coming out there to talk to Nola. Is this it for him? They do have Orion Kirkering, which they're big on him. He's warming up in the bullpen. Young right-hander. He's had a couple of injury problems, but all in all, he's got phenomenal stuff. Doesn't look like they're taking him out. Looks like they're just talking to him. So interesting play here. Tying run stands at second. There are 2 outs. Aaron Nola will stay in to face Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna, 0-for. First pitch on the way to Big Zoo. Swing. Knocks it back, foul and out of play. It's 0-1. Standing on deck is Darnode. I mean, honestly, it's a little too early to play this game, but I'd be thinking about pitching around Ozuna. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Chase that one out of the zone, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Chase that one. That was a bad pitch to go after. Nola definitely at the end of his rope. Maybe his final batter one way or the other. The 0-2 pitch to the Big Zoo. High and out of the zone, 94. Now, I'll tell you what, his 94-mile-an-hour fastball, it just jumps up there. Looks a lot faster than what it is. The 1-2. They set up away. High. That pitch goes high and out of the zone. 2-2. That same strategy that they had with Olson, that they had with Riley, the big power hitters, they're trying to get them to swing off the plate and high. The 2-2. Down and away. That was a good take by Ozuna. That was a similar pitch to what he swung at to get the second strike, and he laid off it. That knuckle curve, that's got to be difficult. And honestly, that was a better knuckle curve than the first one. So the payoff pitch to the Big Zoo, runner at second, 2 outs. Nola turns around to chase Olsen back to the bag. We all know what kind of a stolen base threat that Matt Olsen is. Nola about to throw his 103rd pitch of the night. Hopefully he's gassed. Hopefully he'll give one up. The payoff pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into left field. It's going to die at the warning track for a loud out number 3. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put another one on the board. It's 5-3. We head to the 7th here in Atlanta.
Just got invited to an event that starts at 8 p.m. I'm sorry, but not all of us are on cocaine.
How you doing, Ace?
Anybody been on base?
Nobody.
Nobody?
This I ain't seen much of.
Me neither.
I never have. What's the matter?
I don't know if I have anything left.
You just throw whatever you got, whatever's left. The boys are all here for you. We'll back you up. We'll be there. Because we don't stink right now. We're the best team in baseball right now, right this minute, because of you. You're the reason. We're not going to screw that up. We're going to be awesome for you right now. Just throw. All right? Come on.
I just met someone whose name was Hanna, and I said, "Oh, Hannah," and she said, "No, Hannah." I'm hanging on by a thread, people. I cannot do this.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
I don't know of anybody besides Robinson who could have done what he did. Many of the black players, Reggie Jackson, for example, said later, he's the only one of us who could have done it. Robinson, Mr. Rickey told him he'd have to turn the other cheek. And as Mr. Rickey said, it wasn't long before he didn't have any other cheek to turn. It just had simply been beat off. I think that they said that Robinson died from diabetes and other things. I think he died from the load he carried.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball here on Braves Country Radio. Atlanta Braves trail this one 5-3, but we're about to turn this to a bullpen game and advantage Atlanta. Just got to get the bats going. Bottom part of our lineup, they can give us anything tonight. I think we can pull this one out. Jesse Chavez will come into the game. How about old Uncle Jesse? 35 2/3 inning with a 1.51 ERA. First pitch on the way. Rattles off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. 30 strikeouts in those 35 innings. The 1-0. Right there, first strike on the outer edge. 1-1. Kansas City leads Colorado 2-1. That game is in the 5th. The 1-1 swung on. That ball's going to get down for a base hit. That is probably going to be extra bases. Eli White grabs it, fires it to second, but it's not in time, and it's a leadoff double for the Phillies. So runner at second, nobody out. Jesse Chavez fires the first pitch up top about letter high, fouls it back. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Whit Merrifield, the batter. Sosa stands on second. Pittsburgh, wow. The 0-1. Right there, first strike, 0-2. All over the Mets. 14-2 was the final. That was a close game till the bullpens got involved late in that one. St. Louis and Washington, they're 5-5 in the 9th. Actually need Washington to win that one. Yankees lead the Red Sox 3-1. They're in the 7th. Giants lead Cleveland 4-1 in the 6th. The 0-2 from Jesse to Merrifield. Swing! That ball's fouled down the line. We'll do it again. Houston, Minnesota 3-3 in the 5th. All the other games are just getting underway. The Cubs won earlier today 5-1. Justin Steele threw his first career complete game. Of course, it's against the Angels, so there's probably an asterisk. The 0-2 banged on the ground over to first. Olsen is, well, that's going to be an E3. Olsen booted the ball. Chavez realized he should have been covering the bag. He stopped when he saw Olsen get the ball. And then when Olsen booted it, there was no chance for Olsen to get to first, and there was no chance to Chavez to get to first. That was just bad, lazy defense on the end of Chavez, and he knows it. So we got a mess here. Runners on the corners, nobody out. First pitch on the way. Misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Rafael Marchand. Jesse turns around, flips it over to first. It's got a heck of a mess here. And how do you play this if you're the defense? Do you bring the infield in, or do you try to, looks like they're playing for the double play, so they're going to give up that run. The 1-0, swung on, swung back, fouled back, it's 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch swung on, bang down the right field line, just foul. Man, if that's fair, that would have been big time trouble. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way from Jesse. Fades off the plate wide, 2-2. The 2-2. Caught, looking, strike three. Big strike out there by Chavez. One away. Got him on the outer edge. Just absolutely caught him by, I don't know if you want to call him caught him by surprise, but caught him looking. Runners on the corners. Nobody out. Jesse flips it over to Olsen. Keep the runner at first close by. The hitter is Rojas. First pitch on the way. Up top, misses high. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Comes set, lets her go. Runner goes. And I don't know what was going on there other than the fact they took advantage of the fact that Travis d'Arnaud is behind home plate. The ball hit his glove, and he went to pull it out of his glove, and it went bobbling over his head. And basically a scene out of Keystone Cops. Pitch on the way is a cutter right there for a strike. It's 2-1. So now you do have to bring the infield in. You do not have the double play set up. The 2-1 from Jesse. Swung on, chopped over towards the mound. Jesse throws it into the outfield, and that'll be 2 runs. Terrible defense by Jesse Chavez this entire inning has led to a 7-3 lead of the Philadelphia Phillies. He threw it into the outfield. I don't know if he would have beaten him, but I think he would have. It was one of those "are you kidding me" type deals where he doesn't get much of the ball, but he rolls over it softly, and even though the infield is in, I don't know what Jesse's doing cutting off Riley. He should have stayed out of the way because Riley's got a much better chance on that play. He's heading towards the ball. Pitchers have got to get their heads out of their rear when they realize that ball, unless it comes right to you with the infield in, the defender has got the advantage. First pitch on the way is swatted down the good Lord. What in the world happened there? As I was explaining that, Travis d'Arnaud with another unforced error throws the ball into left field because they were stealing third, and he sails it into left field, and it's 8-3 Philadelphia. d'Arnaud, I mean, honestly, wasn't that bad of a throw by Travis. I get he wasn't going to get the runner. They were taking advantage of the fact that as the 2-0 pitches swung on and hit on the ground, it's going to be a 6-3 put out 2 away. They were taking advantage that d'Arnaud is behind the plate again. So d'Arnaud threw the ball. It hit Riley in the glove, but he started to move his glove down to try to tag. He was never going to get the runner. The runner was sliding into the base safe as the ball was hitting his glove. But he was trying to do a quick catch and tag, and the ball bounced off his glove, and the Braves trail 8-3. So they'll probably put the error on Riley. But once again, it comes down to the fact they're taking advantage of Travis being behind home plate. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and dropped into center field. And the inning continues. It's 8-3 Philly. The bad thing that they have this set up on is the first pitch on the way. Another guy goes. Another easy stolen base. They just keep picking them off and picking them off and picking them off. Travis d'Arnaud is just getting clowned out there right now. But the bad thing, the way they have this set up, and it's a little dumbfounding they did it this way, because there's a night game tomorrow night and a day game on Sunday, Murphy will catch tomorrow night as the pitch on the way, the 1-0 pitch on the way is swung on, banged over towards second, backhanded by Ozzie. That'll get us out of the inning, mercifully. But not before Philly puts 3 on the board. Not over yet, but we got to get some runs and we got to get to cooking. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Get up and stretch.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. We out to the ball game. We out to the night. Find me something of Cracker Jack. I don't care if I have to get back on the street.
Let's get some runs, Braves country. But back to my point for the inning end. When you start Travis tonight, Murphy will start tomorrow, which means Travis will start on Sunday because they don't do the night game after a day game thing. First pitch on the way to Travis is popped up. Back over by the third base dugout. Will it stay in play? It will not. It's 0-1. And this is not the first time that Philadelphia has taken advantage of Travis's arm. They are a running team. They run even more now that Schwarber and Harper are out of the lineup. And they go after Travis d'Arnaud's arm, and I mean rightfully so if you look at what he's done. The 0-1 pitch, down and away, 1-1. He was never a great defensive catcher, but as he has aged, he is at the bottom of all the defensive metrics. So I don't know why you wouldn't have had him as the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2. Either A, catch the Sunday game, the day game after the night game, or B, catch tomorrow night's game and have Murphy do the Sunday or Friday, Sunday. The 1-2's in the dirt, ball 2, 2-2. Braves 3 errors on the night, and if you missed the last inning, well, you missed them. They've given up 14 hits. That hasn't helped. The 2-2, down and in, ball 3, 3-2. So a 3-2 count. If Phillies lead holds, they will take a 10-game lead in the division, which I think the division is gone anyways. The 3-2 pitch swung on, popped up, back behind home plate. I feel like the division has been gone for about a month or so, which is fine, but you still want to make sure you're the number one wild card. You want to host that first round at home. And I do think this team is going to look a lot different after the trade deadline. The payoff pitch. Swing, and that ball's rattled down the right field line. That's going to get down for a base hit. Travis will have to stop it first. He's not challenging anybody on that. But a good hard hit ball to the right side of Travis d'Arnaud's special. 1 on, nobody out here to start off the 7th inning. So 1 on, nobody out. Heading towards the bottom of the order, it's Duvall, and then Arcia, and then Eli. First pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's hammered over to short. A leap and catch before it gets to the outfield by Trey Turner, 1 away. He's definitely Phillies player of the game. He's at 2 home runs. Now a great defensive stab right there. That ball gets in the outfield, and you've got runners on first and second, nobody out. Might have had something going there. That barely got up to, I mean, he was at the top of his leap. Got to the back of the webbing of the glove. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Orion Kirkering, who is the pitcher now, as Nola's night's done, he went 6 innings, 3 earned, 8 Ks, allowed 2 home runs. The 1-0, swing and a miss off the plate, 1-1. Kirkering, just 23 years old, from Huntington Beach, California. Played his college ball with South Florida Bulls. Was drafted by the Phillies in the 5th round. Is the 1-1's in the dirt, 2-1. Back in 2022, so he's been a fast riser through their system. We saw him a little bit last year. Last year, he was wearing a do-rag under his hat. I don't see it this year. So a 2-1 count. Righty-righty. The pitch on the way. Good Lord. Lando Arcia. He couldn't hit that pitch with an oar, but he swung anyways, 2-2. I think it's safe to say, I don't know if they'll be able to do anything at the trade deadline because they're kind of strapped, but I'd say it's safe to say that Orlando Arcia is going to be moved in the offseason. The 2-2. Kicks and fires. Way outside wide. Ball 3-3-2. In an ideal world, I would love to have Arcia on the bench, but I just don't know if that's the best use of resources by putting him on the bench. The payoff pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase one out of the zone there. Pretty good pitch, 96-mile-an-hour sinker. It was well out of the zone, but that one you can excuse the swing, but the couple of others in that at bat, my word. So 2 down after Darno let us off, and Eli White will bat. Didn't know if they might pitch hit for him. Eli takes the first pitch down and away. It's 1-0. Still on the Braves bench that can be used, Zach Short and Luke Williams. So I guess there's really not much of a choice there. The 1-0 banged off the plate, 1-1. Goes right back to this same terrible decision that they've done several times this year. Remember when Riley sat on the bench but was hurt and couldn't play for 2 weeks? Well, the same nonsense is going on with Laureano. He's not even that good. Put him on the IL, bring someone else up to give you options at the end of the game. The 1-1, outside wide 2-1. And I do believe that this speaks to the fact that we don't have a very good in-game manager. Because if we did, it would be a priority to have as many bullets in your gun at the end of the game. The 2-1, swung on, chops it foul, 2-2. Instead, they realize Snicker's not going to make a whole lot of in-game moves, so they don't worry about going and getting an extra bat from the minors. They did sign Eddie Rosario. He's in AAA, but this would have been a good time to bring him up. You know, what the heck, get him at bat. The 2-2, outside wide ball 3-3-2. Along with, if you just sent Laureano to the minors, you would have had Forrest Wall to be able to put up there to pinch it from the left side. The payoff pitch from Kirkering. On the way, swing and a miss, blew him away. Eli White does not have an MLB bat. We've seen that before. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Yo, I guess I'm going to need to be the one to explain to all of the 40-year-old people and above, so 40 plus. Yo, you guys keep sending out these thumbs up emojis. Yo, we depict the thumbs up as a it's rude. You're rude.
All right, those of you that had thumbs up emoji on your bingo from hell card, go ahead and mark it off, because that's the world we now live in. Younger generations are offended, bothered by, consider rude, triggered by a thumbs up emoji.
So, for example, if you spend $100 and you get a $10 reward, you just made $10.
That's not accurate. That's not how that works.
Yeah, because now in a future purchase, you just saved yourself $10. If you return an item at the store, you just earn money. So if you return something and buy something at the same time, it was free.
I feel like...
Or this one's so good. Like if you go to Starbucks or Dunkin' and you use your app, you scan and pay, it's free because that money was already there.
I'm never gonna have money.
What do you mean?
This is your mindset when you go to a store?
This is just how girl math works.
Girl math isn't a thing!
Armchair.
In 1973, a period of Watergate turmoil in Washington. In October, the Reds were playing the Mets in the National League Championship Series, and Potter Stewart was hearing, I won't quite say listening to, oral arguments in the Supreme Court, and he had a law clerk feeding him information on what was going on elsewhere. And at one point, the clerk handed him a slip of paper, and on it said, Cranepool flies to right, Agnew resigns.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Yeah, in case you missed it earlier, Braves grabbed Eddie Rosario off the trash heap of the waiver wires this morning. He cleared through waivers. Corresponding moves, they sent Ray Kerr to the 60-day IL. Sent Forrest Wall to AAA as the first pitch on the way to Bowman swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. And on top of that, brought up Eli White. Meanwhile, Laureano, who has been injured for a week with back spasms, or so they say, 0-1's off the plate. Called for a wide strike, 0-2. He still is on the roster. Don't know why. The 0-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. Jesse Chavez bounces back. 1 away. We're here in the top of the 8th, 1 out. Jesse Chavez, they'll try to get him through this inning. You know, with the division out of reach, the first pitch on the way is a fastball outside wide. It's 1-0. I still would prefer that they send anyone but Ronaldo Lopez to the mound on Sunday. The 1-0 right there, first strike, 1-1. So 1-1 count. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. Making the catch, basket catch. Jared Kelenic, 2 down. Two down. Jesse Chavez at 29 pitches. I think in theory, if he got out really quick, they may send him out there for a third inning and just say, hey, you're done for the series. First pitch on the way, 90 miles an hour. Off the rip, swing and a miss, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires, swing and a miss again. Edmund Sosa, 1 for 3. It's 0-2. Sosa leaned into a pitch to reach base in the third inning. That was the one that Laz Diaz blew the call. You do not have to give the runner the base if he does not attempt to get out of the way of the pitch. The 0-2 swung on, fouled back. We'll do it again. The 0-2. Caught looking outside, strike 3. I don't know about that one. But Sosa's talking to Diaz, and Diaz is saying, dude, I gave you a base earlier. Go hit the pine, son. We'll be back in a flash.
Supposed to drink water now. When did that start? Do you remember any time of any moment in childhood that some adult told you, hey, gotta drink water? No, my guy. I'm talking every single sport. Running in the summer, 9-10 hours a day in the blistering heat. Not one single adult told me, drink water. I thought you only drink water like after gym. Did not know you were supposed to be drinking this much water. Then there are like 8 glasses? 8 glasses of water in a day? I didn't drink 8 glasses of water through the 80s, 90s, early 2000s combined.
Hello, a political poll. I never have before, but go ahead, shoot. I don't know. I don't even know what that means. Who? Oh, right. I don't know. Yeah, I'm already on the phone, okay? I'm taking a poll.
My apologies. Carry on.
Sorry about that, guy. Go ahead. I don't know.
How could you not know that?
Would you just hang up, please?
Why should I? The man's conducting a political poll, and he has the right to speak to someone who's not an ignoramus.
If you're so smart, why did you tell him that your total salary last year was $12?
That was after taxes.
One of the most flamboyant owners was Charles O. Finley of the Oakland Athletics. He was an old-fashioned autocratic entrepreneur with revolutionary ideas. And for 3 years in a row, 1972, 73, and 74, they were the best team in baseball. They had 3 key players, Joe Rudy, Bert Campaneris, and Reggie Jackson, and 3 superb pitchers, Vida Blue, Raleigh Fingers, and Jim Hunter, a North Carolina farmer whom Finley dubbed Catfish because he thought a countrified nickname would add to his box office appeal.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Reason why Nacho Alvarez is not coming up is because of service time. And it drives us mad as fans, but they are trying to manipulate his service time. And the longer they leave him down there, the longer they can keep him under contract for the long haul. Jose Alvarado's coming into the game. I would love to see Nacho get an opportunity. Big fan of his, covered him in spring training. If y'all caught the spring training games, y'all know, big fan of Nacho. I just know how their mind works, and they're not going to do it. The first pitch to Kelenic is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires, swing and a miss. 96 blew it right by him. 1-1. This year, down on the farm, the 1-1 pitch, swung on, chopped foul, 1-2. He's been at AA and at AAA. He's hit much better at AAA, but realize that's where the has-beens hang out at. Your AA are all your studs. The 1-2. Hit on the ground hard, but right at Bohm, he'll step on the bag, 1 away. So at AA, he was batting just .265 with no home runs. He went to AAA, where only in 18 games he's hit 5 home runs and hit batting .351. But that can be deceiving because most teams keep their guys in AAA that are less likely to be stars. It used to be the other way around. First pitch on the way to Alvarado is down and in to Ozzie Albies for a ball. It's 1-0. But he's 21 years old, and any way you cut it, he's got a lifetime .287 batting average down in the minors and almost 799 OPS. The 1-0, swing and a miss, 1-1. The 1-1 count. Lefty righty pitch on the way, swing and a miss, nowhere near it, 1-2. Ozzie has hit a home run. He's got a single. One of the few bright spots in the lineup tonight. The 1-2. Swung on, chopped foul off the instep. We'll do it again. The 1-2 count. Pitch on the way. Chase that one, but he'll stroke it into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Ozzie Albies has his 3rd hit of the game. He stands at first. 1 out. Austin Riley coming to the plate. I also think that they're waiting to see, as far as the Nacho Alvarez argument goes, I think they're waiting to see. It's the first pitch on the way to Riley's down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. what they may do in the trade market. If they decide to make a trade, bring a guy in, or let's say Nacho Alvarez is a part of a big trade, is the 1-0. High and out of the zone, 2-0. Ball almost hit the backstop. The hind catcher, Marchand, had to jump to his feet. If he's a part of a big trade, you'd rather you're trading a guy with a lot more. There's a big difference with that extra year of service time. The 2-0. Misses down, ball 3-0. I don't think they would trade Nacho Alvarez, but they might if the right thing came along and they're trying to make a run at it this year. The 3-0 to Riley. Inside, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first base. Matt Olson comes to the plate. Braves trail by 5. They're going to go out there and chat with Alvarado real quick. Olson coming to the plate and 2 on. The tying run is in the hole. And that would be represented by they're having a full-blown mound meeting about this as they're about to face Matt Olson. The tying run is in the hole in the name of Travis d'Arnaud. Ozuna's on deck. The most he could do is make it a 1-run game. That's assuming Olson and the rest have not been retired. So 8-3 your score. Lefty-lefty matchup. Matt Olson, 1 for 3 on the night. First pitch, down and away, it's 1-0. Olson grounded out to third in the second, grounded out to third in the fourth, and then doubled to right field in the sixth. The 1-0. Fastball right down the pipe, belt high, outer cut, it's 1-1. The 1-1. Lefty-lefty. Swing, and that ball's lifted high, not very deep. You could tell by the way Matt hung his head. It's going to be a lazy fly ball to deep left field, 2 away. Just mistiming that up, but that'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Marcell, with one swing, could make this a 2-run game, and that is a big difference between a 3 and 4 or 5-run game and a 2-run game going to the 9th inning. First pitch on the way is up high for a strike. Might have been a touch out of the zone. Yeah, it was. It's 0-1. You get to the 9th down 2, you're talking about a bloop and a blast. The 0-1. Misses high again. This time got the call, 1-1. 1-1 count. Alvarado comes set, kicks and fires, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right field, going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong. A 3-run shot. And the Big Zoo has made this a 2-run affair. He slammed that over the right field wall. The Braves trail by only 2. A bloop and a blast will tie it, like I was just saying. 98-mile-an-hour fastball, and Marcell did not miss. That has been a while. His 22nd of the year. He's off the schneid, and the Braves are off the mat. It's a 2-run game, and let's get it. Those errors really come home to roost now, don't they? That terrible inning that Eddie gave up the 3 runs on the errors, and, of course, he had a hand in it. You dialed that back just a bit. We're tied or maybe even leading. First pitch on the way is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. They gave him as the 2-0 pitch is swung on and popped up foul out of play 2-1. They gave a pitch clock violation to the pitcher, so it's a 2-1 count. Started off 1-0 and then missed the first pitch, made it 2-0. So now we're at a 2-1 count after the foul. 2 down, Braves trail by only 2. Travis d'Arnaud had a single last time up, the pitch. Chased that one off the edge, 2-2. On deck is Adam Duvall. He represents the tying run. The 2-1. Comes set. Kicks and fires. Outside wide ball 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Nothing else. You'd like to see Duvall and d'Arnaud get on, even if they don't score, just to clear a part of the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, laned over to first base. L3 in your scorecard. That was almost a double down the line, but a good play by Bohm will end the inning. But not for the Atlanta Braves. Put 3 on the board via Marcell Ozuna. We trail by only 2. Be back in a flash.
It's like all I do is work, go home, blink twice, and my ass back at work. It's a never-ending cycle.
What are we listening to?
What the? Why did you turn it off?
I don't know that.
It's Travis Kelce's girlfriend.
Who?
The tight end. Travis Kelce's girlfriend.
Well, I know Travis Kelce. Who's he dating?
Taylor Swift.
Taylor's.
Yeah, she's been all over Travis Kelce's TikTok lately.
Is she the party in the party
clout.
in the USA one?
No, that's Miley Cyrus. Much more talented.
Oh yeah. Oh, that Hannah Montana chick.
Yeah.
Is
Hannah Montana way better than
Taylor Swift? Why does that sound so familiar?
Yeah, the song. She was big in country in like 2008.
Oh no! She the something with the
Garbage.
stupid screen doors.
She's been on Travis.
Oh, dude, I remember that dumbass. Yeah.
So literally, she's now trying to literally like chase clout with Travis Kelce. Right?
She did the same thing with John Mayer.
Absolutely
yeah, John
not.
Mayer, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not a joke anymore.
You know what?
This is
You know
not
what's
funny.
Prince of Persia? What's the guy's name?
Jacob Gyllenhaal.
No, Jake Gyllenhaal.
I'm Team Jake.
Armchair.
Excuse me, sir, why are you a Mets fan?
I'm not.
Then why are you here?
I came with my buddy.
Is he a Mets fan?
I doubt it.
Excuse me, madam, do you like the Mets?
Mets. Who likes the Mets?
Then why are you here?
This is a ball game.
Excuse me, sir, are you a Mets fan? Why don't you get lost? I'm trying to watch the ball game.
Nobody worked the corners the way Catfish Hunter did. He would start inside and outside and up and down. If the umpire was giving him a call, then he would widen the plate and widen the plate. Plate is 17 inches wide, and batters used to say that by the end of the game, he was throwing to a 22-inch wide plate. But I remember Catfish Hunter losing a World Series game after he'd won a lot. The reporters rushed over, thinking they'd find him crestfallen or gloomy or silent. And he was just the same as he'd been before, and he finally said, well, he said, the sun don't shine on the same dog's ass every afternoon.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Trail 8-6. Dylan Lee is coming on. The left-hander. First pitch on the way. Swung on, popped up to Ozzie Albies. Can of corn, he'll make the catch one away. One down. Dylan Lee comes set. First pitch. 93 on the outer cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Rafael Marchand, who 1 for 4 with a single. Lefty, righty, the pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. 1 on, 1 out for the Philadelphia Phillies here in the top of the ninth. Bring Rojas to the plate. Tomorrow's going to be a tough matchup. I'm kind of excited to see tomorrow night's matchup. Ranger Suarez is coming to the bump for the Phillies, and he's had a great year. He got hit hard his last time out, but he's always pitched well against Atlanta. And he's going head-to-head with Spencer Schwellenbach on a national TV audience. And I kind of expect Schwellenbach to bring it. First pitch on the way from Lee to Rojas is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Sunday afternoon, they're sticking with Ronaldo Lopez. The 0-1 swung on and rifled foul down the left field line. It's 0-2. That was as of last night. Now, they may make a change between now and game time on Sunday, but as of right now, Ronaldo Lopez is going up on the mound on Sunday afternoon. 1:35 first pitch. We'll have the call here for special Sunday edition here for Braves Country. But I think if they were being smart about it, they would bring someone up. The 0-2. Down and away, 1-2. They would bring someone up to give everyone an extra day of rest. They would have done it tonight, honestly, and then you would have had Max pitch tomorrow and Schwellenbach pitch on Sunday. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, lifted high and deep into right field, going back on the track. Making the catch at the wall is Adam Duvall, 2 away. But instead, so if they do that, if they stick with this, all of these guys, every single one of them, are going to have to pitch 2 more times through the order. If you brought a couple of guys up to do some spot starts, you would get them 1 more start until the end of the All-Star break, and then give them, you could really manage the innings that way. First pitch on the way from Lee to Pache is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Christian Pache, 1 for 4 with the single. The 0-1. Kicks and fires, swung on, sliced foul and out of play. 0-2. The 0-2 count. Lee looks back the runner. Now he brings it. Fastball misses high. 1-2. But I would have contended it would have been smart to call someone up to pitch tonight, have Fried pitch tomorrow, Schwellenbach, etc., and then you go through that trip one more time. You grab one more guy to do a spot start in the last game of the Arizona series, and then you hit the All-Star break. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, fouled down the line. It's really strange because their game plan all along has been to give these guys an extra day of rest, and now all of a sudden we're at the end and they're going, well, we'll just roll them back out there. Bryce Elder would have been a perfect candidate to pitch in this series. The 1-2. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Dylan Lee comes in and knocks him out here in the 9th. We'll grab the bats. Trailing by 2. A bloop and a blast sends us to extras.
Right.
What sound is that?
A dinosaur.
A what?
Dinosaur.
It's a what?
Dinosaur.
Make the sound again.
Rawr.
Oh, you talking about them things from Jurassic Park.
Hey, I got a quick question for all the Caucasian homies out there. Cottage cheese?
You know what? Fair enough. Good question. I've got a follow-up question. Chitlins?
But even Finley's championship A's couldn't draw 1 million fans a year. All across the American League, attendance figures lagged behind the harder-hitting National League. In 1973, to remedy that imbalance, Finley and other owners pressured the American League to try an experiment, the designated hitter, which allowed a better-hitting player to bat for the pitcher without removing that pitcher from the game. Everybody adopted the designated hitter. Everybody but the oldest organization in professional baseball, the National League. From then on, the national pastime would be played under 2 sets of rules.
I remember 1972, before Bowie Kuhn and Charles Finley took bat out of my hand for good. Didn't allow me to hit. Lolich had me 0-2, and I moved up on the box, to take away his curveball. New Freehand saw me do it, so Lolich tried to bust me inside with a fastball, or so I was guessing, and he did. And I hit a line shot to right field, and Al Kaline, who was the ancient mariner of their ball club's already a statue. He came in, the ball went under his glove, rounded first, rounded second. I came around third, and it would have been an inside the park home run for sure, but I had never been there before. And I'm looking for Popowski, and if people know the Red Sox, Popowski's only 3'6", and I couldn't pick him up in the crowd, but he was way down the line waving me home, and I came around third, and I couldn't pick him up, and I slowed up. Finally, he held me up, or would have had inside the park home run. That was my last at bat in a Red Sox uniform.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Good news is we just need a bloop and a blast. The bad news is Adam Duvall, Orlando Arcia, and Eli White are due up here in the bottom of the ninth. Looks like Jeff Hoffman, their new closer, is coming on. He's closed 7 of 10 save opportunities. Philly will definitely be in the market for a closer at the trading deadline. Murphy could come on to pinch hit. That is true. And realistically, if you pinch hit Murphy, you would then pinch run, if need be, with either Short or Luke Williams. But that's your only real bat that you can use off the bench because the rest are just useless. First pitch on the way to Duvall. He swings at one well out of the zone. Luckily pops it back fouling out of the crowd. It's 0-1. Duvall 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, a line out. Now batting 177 and a 550 OPS. The 0-1 swings at no one near the zone. 0-2. The game is very cruel to the old, and Adam Duvall has seen better years. It is alarming that the Braves have not done anything with the injuries they've had in the outfield over the last month. The 0-2 pitch, swing, pops it up. Easy can of corn. Who wants it in the middle of the infield? They might collide. That's our only chance. Nope, Bohm avoids Sosa, one away. It's hoping for a head-on collision. They didn't hear each other. Sosa saw him at the last second. That's Duvall's only chance of getting on the on base nowadays. Hope the fielders collide into each other. So Orlando Arcia comes to play. He takes the first pitch down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Orlando got a base hit his last time up, a single. Not ready to declare him off the schneid yet, but at least it's a good sign. It was a good at bat, the 1-0. Right there at the knees, 97, 1-1. The 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, in the dirt. Good take. 2-1. 2-1 pitch. Kicks and fires. Swing. Fouls it back. 96 right in there on his fists. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Nobody on, 1 out. Pitch to Arcia. Swing, lifts it high and deep into right center field, but that's warning track power for a loud out number 2. Just got it to the warning track. Gave it a ride, but never really threatened to leave. So 2 down, and the Book of Eli will come to the plate. No, they're going to pinch hit. No, okay, I'm sorry. They are sending White. I thought they were pinch hitting here. Flashing something on the screen kind of threw me off, but they're going to send Eli to the plate. It's a little strange they wouldn't at least pinch hit Sean Murphy as the first pitch on the way. It's down below the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. You could pinch hit Sean Murphy. If he gets on, you put Luke Williams to run and play left. The 0-1 in the dirt. Didn't stop him from swinging at that one. Good night, Irene. It's 0-2. Eli White has never been someone you would think would be a starter. And I feel like they're just grasping at straws here, putting him in the lineup tonight. The 0-2 to White. Down below the knees, 1-2. I would have rather seen, if you're going to do this, do it after the left-hander comes up tomorrow. I would have given Forrest Wall one last start against the right-hander. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, 2-2. Maybe somehow, some way, Hoffman walks him. If he walks him, Kelnick is standing on deck. 2-2 count to White. Braves trail by 2. You need someone on to get a bloop and a blast. The 2-2. High and inside, ball 3-2. So a full count to White. Just trying to find his way to get on base. He saw a 4-seamer, then 3 sliders. They went back to the 4-seamer, and it missed. The payoff pitch to Eli White. Righty-righty matchup. No below the knees. Called for a strike by Laz Diaz, and he continues to be arguably one of, if not the worst umpires in Major League Baseball. Another blown call is well below the knees. That'll be on every highlight tonight, I guarantee it. They will be showing how that missed the zone by about 2 inches. But anyways, Laz Diaz is a terrible umpire. You got to know that. And with 2 strikes, you can't expect that Eli White's going to get the call. Braves lose a tough one. Bad defense. A terrible job of managing the bullpen, meaning not going to the bullpen before they did. The Braves were well in this game. We put 6 runs on the board. And if you keep the 2 runs came off the board with the Max Fried, his second home run, and stay out of the disaster of the 7th inning, the Braves win this game. But it was mismanaged from the jump, and it didn't help that there were a couple of really bad calls by the umpire, and then, of course, the one that was blown up in New York City. But all in all, the positive I think we can take away from this game is that the Braves bats did wake up, and maybe they'll start to come alive. I don't believe we're going to win the division, but if we can start, look, right now we're 2-2 against the Phillies this year. You'd love to go and get the series win. So we need to win tomorrow. Schwellenbach on the bump, and I'd like to see what he can do against this Philly lineup. And remember, Ranger Suarez, though has pitched phenomenally all year long, had a really bad outing his last time out. And sometimes when a young kid has a bad outing, it comes in bunches. We will see you tomorrow night. It is a 7:15, not 7:20. It's a 7:15 first pitch. So we will come on the air and do pregame about 6:45, And we hope you have a great night, Braves Country. For you Country Club members, we are doing a live Reds Country radio. It'll be National League talk. It'll be Wild Card talk. It'll be National League trade talk. All that coming your way tomorrow at 11 a.m. If you don't see it live, Country Club, you'll be able to catch it whenever you want to tune in. But we will be on the air live. If you tune in, we'll answer any questions you got as far as talking about the trade deadline and whatnot. We got a big show tomorrow. Looking forward to that. And then we got the game tomorrow night. Braves drop a tough one, 8-6. Max Fried didn't have it tonight, but they left him in way too long. We'll see you tomorrow, Braves Country. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.